Chapter 21. Huntley. I was up at the crack of dawn. First thing first, I fucked my wife. It was the way I liked to get my day started. Half asleep, she just lay there, moaning incoherently, climaxing with quiet sighs rather than screams. Her eyes barely opened most of the time. I threw on my king's uniform, then entered the great hall, where I found Commander Brutus and my advisors drinking coffee and poring over maps. When I entered the room, they all rose to their feet to greet me in silence. I took the seat at the head of the table, and they lowered back into their seats. One of the servants immediately brought me coffee and a breakfast tray without my having to ask. It was eggs, breakfast sausage, and freshly baked toast, my favorite. I suspected Ivory had told them exactly what to make me yesterday. We don't have time to waste. We must make our attack on the capital immediately. The capital was a short distance away, less than half a day's ride. That was how I had mapped it out, to take the kingdoms in that specific order, so the final journey would be the shortest. Our army easily dwarfed theirs, and with our 2 dragons the siege would be easy. Except for one fact. They may have a dragon of their own. Make sure all the soldiers are well fed and well rested before tomorrow. We take everyone and leave the kingdoms with just enough people to keep them functional in our absence. Ivory walked in the door in a dress similar to the one my mother wore, the feather crest on her chest. She must not have been able to get back to sleep after I ravished her, so she had brushed her hair and decided to join me. Her eyes were still sleepy, like she would be a bit dazed all day. She approached the table and prepared to take a seat at the end. Move. I looked to Evan, the advisor on my right. He jerked upright at my command and immediately vacated the chair. Baby. I pulled out the chair for her. Evan moved to the end of the table where she had been planning to sit, and Ivory approached the chair I'd just commandeered for her. She took the seat and scooted forward until her arms rested on the table. What's the plan? Have you told Pyre and Storm about the Black Dragon? She shook her head. Hasn't been on my mind for the last few days. If we can get to the capital before Rhaegar arrives, we can take the city easily. If he's there, it'll be more challenging. We'll need crossbows. I was hoping our dragons could defeat him since there are 2. Her eyes remained on the table as if she wasn't convinced. We don't know anything about Rhaegar. He could be bigger, could have more experience in battle. I wouldn't put all the burden on Pyre and Storm. We need to have our own plan to eliminate him. Never killed a dragon before, so I don't have much to offer. Do you think he'll have armor? I gave a shrug. If he doesn't, the crossbows will do the job. The crossbows are only effective at close range, so unless Rhaegar is where we want him to be, it's not going to work. She was quiet for a while, and as if the thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, she perked up. Pyre and I can speak across distances. When he's outside on the field and I'm in the castle, we can still communicate. I'd never tried that with Storm. Your point? We can tell Pyre and Storm where to lure Rhaegar so we can shoot him down. It was a great plan, and I was immediately struck with pride that she had suggested it. That's perfect, baby. We sat together in front of the fire in our bedroom, my shirt covering her to her knees. She lay across my lap, her feet propped on the armrest, so the shirt slid up her thighs and exposed just a bit of her panties. Her hair was across my lap, and she looked up at me with tired eyes. Beautiful eyes. My fingers moved through her hair, feeling the softness of the strands. I looked down at her, and she looked up at me, lost in her eyes like she was lost in mine. My hand left her hair and traveled over her chest to her belly. I want to put a baby in you. We're about to march on the capital, and that's what you're thinking about? My hand slid underneath the cotton and felt her soft belly. I'm always thinking about it. We've got a long road ahead of us, but it'll end. And once that ends, we begin. I was the king the way my father had been, but I didn't have a son like he did. My wife was more than just the woman who would birth my children. She ruled alongside me, and she would make the perfect mother. I wanted that picture to be a reality, to have children to teach, to be a role model to someone. My father had been stolen far too young, and now that I'd taken his role, there was no one to take mine. You don't want to enjoy each other for a while? We'll always enjoy each other, baby. Well, my body will be different. I'll be different. My eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Just in case you don't realize it, I might have scars on my belly. My skin might be loose, my tits might not be as perky as they are now. My eyes remained narrowed on her face. Your body is going to grow me a son or daughter. It's going to battle so they'll live, so they'll be healthy, so they'll leave your womb and survive. If I returned from battle covered in scars, would you love me less? No, but that's not the same thing. It is the same thing, baby. Nothing will change, except that I'll love you more. Her eyes softened. I love you more because you'll give me my sons and daughters. Then when this is all over, we can talk about it. We've got to survive the capital. Then we've got to survive necrosis. It's all uphill from here. We'll make it, baby. You know what they say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I don't want to think about the future too much. Not when I'm not sure if we're going to have one. Her eyes dropped down to the fire, the hardness settling into her face. My fingers flattened across her entire abdomen, feeling a child we hadn't even created. We will. I promise. Chapter 22. Riker. I woke up in a pool of my own blood. I blinked a couple times, the red color dull at first, but slowly becoming more prominent as my mind sharpened. I felt the ache in my mouth and realized the source. My hands pushed against the stone floor, and once my arms shook, I knew how bad the damage was. My entire face hurt. The rest of my body, too, I quickly realized. It all came flooding back to me. Rutherford's cronies beating me until I talked. But I didn't talk. I passed out instead. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. Had I been in here for days or weeks? Had Huntley already attacked the capital and lost? Where was Effie? Did she escape? Or was she subjected to the same torture in another cell? I leaned against the wall and rubbed my temple, the subdued migraine coming back to the surface. There was a plate of food on the other side of the cell. Not sure how long it had been there, or if there was much point in eating it. Footsteps sounded in the hallway outside the door. They grew louder and louder until they stopped. My cell door unlocked and a man entered. Well, not a man, actually. Necrosis. With intense blue eyes and rigid movements, Haldir was exactly as I remembered. Neither alive nor dead. His existence operated on a different playing field. He was like the stone of a sculpture, permanent and unmoving. When he entered my cell, he stood there for a long time, just staring. I stared back. Want to join me for dinner? I glanced at the meager tray. I've got the food, and you just need to bring the wine. Or scotch. That'd be nice. My arms rested on my knees, and I had no fear. Not when my fate was sealed. I could beg and give in to the terror, but that was a terrible way to spend my final moments. Refused to give my killer that satisfaction. Haldir stood there like I hadn't said anything. Or we could just stare at each other all night. That works too. This is your last chance, Riker. Most of his skin was concealed, even his hands, so if he was covered in dark marks, I wouldn't know. But he was probably no different from a human, where he could eat even when he wasn't hungry.
Tell us everything about our enemy, and I'll spare your soul.
What do you really need to know? I asked. You know they're taking the kingdoms one by one, and you're the final destination. Prepare for battle. The rest of the details don't matter if you lose. He stared down at me over the end of his nose, releasing a quiet breath.
They're approaching the gate as we speak.
Then why the fuck are you talking to me? I asked incredulously. Go out there and fight.
Who commands their army? What did you tell them?
He was going to kill me and eat my soul no matter what I told him, so it didn't matter. I'm not telling you shit, so just get on with it. My soul had touched another for the first time, and then it had been brutally taken away. If I thought about it too hard, I would choke up. I'd leave Effie alone, a widow, unable to remarry, even though we'd only been married for a few days. It was a fucking travesty. He stepped closer to me, then squatted down so our eyes could be level.
You want to die on your feet, like a man, or on the ground, like a dog?
He reached for his dagger, displaying a thick blade that would pierce me right through the heart. Makes no difference. He stared at me as he changed his grip on the hilt, prepared to stab me right through the heart. But before that happened, he gave a sudden jerk, and a loud thud sounded. A rock dropped to the floor, and he lost his balance momentarily. I reacted on instinct, and seized the blade from his hand before I stabbed it deep into his chest. I knew that wouldn't kill him, not when necrosis were rumored to be the most powerful beings on this earth, but it would be enough to flee. I kicked him aside, and he fell onto his side. Effie stood there, her eyes locked on mine with shock. I was shocked too, but I couldn't remain that way. I jumped to my feet, grabbed her by the hand, and slammed the door shut. The key was still in the keyhole, so I turned that into place. It was just in time, too, because Haldir threw his body against the door and almost broke right through it. Come on. I grabbed her by the hand and we took off, running down the hallway deep underneath the castle. I'd never been down here before, so I had no idea where I was or how to get out of there. Do you know the way? Yes. She took the lead and ran up the stairs. When she was close to the top, she stopped when we both heard the sound of voices. We've got company. How many? She took a peek. 2. Well, that's nothing. Riker, you should see how you look right now. I've got the adrenaline. That should be enough to get out of here. I sprinted up the stairs and took out the first guard while he was unaware, snapped his neck and heard the bones crack. With his sword in my hand, I stabbed the other through the throat and killed him before he could make a sound. Effie took the other guard's blade and continued to lead the way. Higher up we went, making it to the next spiral staircase so we could get to ground level. She was running at full speed when a cannonball slammed through the stone and made a hole the size of her in the floor. She screamed and fell back, right into my arms. Fuck. The war has started. She caught her breath, weak in my grasp. Oh my gods. I got you, sweetheart. I scooped her into my arms and helped her back to her feet. Let's jump across and keep going. We've got to get out of here. She took a running jump and made it across, and then I followed and did the same. We made it to the next floor, and since chaos was erupting throughout the castle, we were able to slip out without anyone giving a damn. The capital was in chaos. Smoke was in the sky. And then I heard it. Gods, I hope that's my sister. We made it down the path and into the street, people screaming as they ran for cover. Once the immediate threat had passed, I felt the weakness in my body. Felt it everywhere. I leaned against the wall and stopped for just a second. Effie turned back to me. Are you okay? I'm fine, it's just hitting me. You should see how bad you look. What did they do to you? That was my secret to keep. Doesn't matter. You can't fight. So maybe we should take a boat and sail away.
We've got to get to Ivory and Huntley.
How? The gates will be closed and they'll be on the other side.
There are other ways besides the front gate.
I think we should take the boat or hide out somewhere.
Their dragons are going to burn this place to the ground until Rutherford is dead or he surrenders. And I'm telling you, he's not going to surrender. I took a couple breaths. How did you pull that off, anyway?
I studied the guard times and waited for the right moment to sneak by them. Then I hid in another room until I heard your cell door open.
Speechless, I stared at her, realizing how capable she really was. Damn, that's hot.
I wasn't going to abandon my husband.
My husband? Now that's really hot. I gave her a small smile. She smiled back at me, bright like the sun, like the rest of the world wasn't in chaos around us. Come on, we gotta get away from this castle as quickly as possible. I pushed off the wall and took her by the hand. It's gonna be the first thing to go.
Chapter 23. Huntley. An army as wide as the sea marched on the capital and dwarfed it in size. The throne was mine. There was no offer of surrender because I knew Rutherford would never accept it. Necrosis pulled his strings, so that wasn't an option even if he wanted to take it. I wasn't sure how many Necrosis were in the capital, but there were probably at least a dozen, and they would be harder to kill than the rest, especially since we didn't have any ice. But that didn't matter. The castle was on fire. Several walls of the keep had collapsed, and there was so much smoke in the air that the stars were obscured. Their army fired down arrows on my men, and while some fell, there were so many others to replace them that it didn't matter. I knew they felt the way Ian had felt when Necrosis marched on Hardhome, except there was no one coming to save them. We reached the capital before Rhaegar's arrival, and that made the defeat that much cleaner. My eyes looked up, seeing Pyre and Ivory fly over the castle and release a line of fire that burned every stone and window. She flew away, Storm coming in next to add his flames to the fire. Commander Brutus rode the line toward me upon his black steed.
"The gates have been breached. What are your orders?"
"Spare the civilians. Spare the soldiers that surrender. Kill all those who resist." He turned around on his horse and took off. I spoke the words out loud, but in my mind as well. "Storm."
"Ready to kill?"
"Yes." I dismounted my horse and stepped onto the field behind the line of soldiers that fired upon the wall. Storm flew through the smoke, then glided down to me on the ground. He landed with a thud and released a mighty roar. I could see all the scuffs from the arrows that had tried to pierce his armor. They bore marks from swords as well, but there was no injury to his hide or scales. My sister's skills didn't just protect Ivory and me, they protected my greatest asset as well. I climbed into the saddle on his back and grabbed the pommel. "Take me to the castle." Storm pushed off from the ground and soared into the sky, beating his powerful wings and releasing roars that shook the shaky foundations of the remaining buildings. He circled the castle until he landed on the very edge.
"Want me to watch your back?"
"No, stay off the ground." I dismounted and drew my sword. Storm took off again, blending in with the darkness and the smoke. I pulled my sword out of my scabbard, spun it around my wrist, and then entered the castle through the side door. Once I was inside, I heard the shouts of the men higher up, barking orders to one another. "Where are you, Rutherford?" I took the stairs and went up, jumping across the broken gaps from the cannonballs my men fired. I moved farther up, sweeping through abandoned corridors until I finally made it to my destination. Rutherford looked out the window as he watched his city burn down to the ground. Despite his uniform and the crown of jewels upon his head, he looked nothing like a king. His home was under attack, and he chose to hide inside rather than lift a finger to stop it. He refused to surrender because he was pinned under a thumb far bigger than his. But even if surrender were an option, I wouldn't take it. This motherfucker deserved to die. Coward. The men who guarded him turned at the sound of my voice, too busy looking out the window to notice the assailant who had just entered their territory. Your people need you, and you stand there and do nothing. It took him a moment to turn and look at me, to face me like a man. When he finally did, there was no anger, no spite, nothing at all, as if he'd known this was coming, had known long before I took Delacroix.
This is all pointless. It doesn't matter who sits on the throne, who calls himself the king of the kingdoms, because there is only one ruler, necrosis, and they can't be defeated. And now you've doomed us all.
You doomed us when you allied with them for power. Necrosis wasn't in my lands when my father sat on the throne. The only reason they're here is because you invited them. You're the coward. He looked out the window.
You don't understand what you're up against.
I'm the one who's been fighting them for nearly 20 years. I know exactly what the fuck I'm up against. I'm going to kill every single one until this land is rid of their evil. I'm going to do what you should have done.
What should I have done?
He turned to look at me.
What about your father? Why didn't he do it?
I gripped the hilt a little harder.
He could have marched on Necrosis decades ago. He could have saved us all. Only he didn't. Don't pretend your father wasn't just as selfish as I am. He only looked out for himself, and you know it.
My father never would have allied with Necrosis.
Because he didn't need to. He already had everything.
He turned to face me, and this time he stepped toward me as he left his sword in his scabbard.
He had everything, while we had nothing. My family was killed by Necrosis, my friends, everyone I ever cared about. I told your father this, straight to his face, and he didn't give a shit.
I was proud of the blood in my veins, despite all this, because I knew if I'd asked my father to champion this cause, he would have done it. If I'd asked him to fight for the freedom of everyone, he would have given his life for the effort. It doesn't matter now. I'm here to do what neither of you could. I'm here to remove this fucking parasite from our lives forever. You can still help me, you know. He stood there and stared, as if it wasn't possible to do anything else.
I can't.
Because of him? I asked. He's not here.
He's not in this room, but he's here. And if I betray him now, he'll take my soul, not just my life.
I'm going to kill him, so you don't need to worry about that.
It can't be done.
Watch me. I spun my sword around my wrist. Where is he?
The last I heard of him, he went to the cells to kill a prisoner.
This is your final chance, Rutherford. Coming or not? His men stayed at his side, not that it mattered. When the castle crumbled, they would all perish. Rutherford looked out the window again.
You'll still kill me if I help you.
I should slay him where he stood for the coup he'd staged against my father, but he wouldn't survive the night anyway. I would rather he watched his kingdom crumble around him until he was crushed under stone that gave him a swift death. You're right. I turned to the stairway and made my descent, the castle shaking every few minutes as the battle continued. Where cannonballs broke through the walls and destroyed the staircase, I had to jump clean over and nearly roll the rest of the way. I went down another level and stopped at the next hole in the wall. The staircase was still intact, so I could stand there and look at the fires and smoke. A man stood on the roof of the next level, dressed in all black, taking in the view. He didn't wear the armor of the guards, didn't carry himself like he was an inferior. Without seeing his face, I knew his identity. I unsheathed my blade and stepped forward. He must have heard me, or sensed me, because he slowly turned around and regarded me with ice-cold blue eyes. His thick body was protected by armor the others didn't possess, created from a material we didn't have access to. I knew Elora would give anything to know about its fabrication. I spun my sword around my wrist and sized him up. I'd killed necrosis for decades, subdued their feeding frenzy as they swept through our lands and inhaled innocent souls. I never underestimated their strength, especially when they were in a group. One necrosis was the equivalent of 5 men. Haldir must be the equivalent of 10. I stared at his pronounced cheekbones, the darkness around his left eye. You look hungry. I came closer, my sword still spinning around my wrist. And you look like dinner. He unsheathed his weapon and did a dance with the sword around his wrist, the blade ripping through the air so quickly it made a high-pitched whoosh. This is the beginning of the end for you, you know it. There is no beginning or end. Not when you're dead. He rushed me and swung his blade with the force of several men. I blocked the hit with both hands and parried it before I headbutted him so hard he stumbled back. I took advantage of his moment of weakness and struck my blade on his arm, slashing through the bracers and getting to the skin underneath. Blood oozed out, blue instead of red. Then I kicked him in the chest and he rolled back. That the best you got, Your Majesty? He was on his feet a moment later, but instead of attacking me, he stayed back, his forehead dripping with blood, his eyes vicious. Then a smile appeared, sick and twisted, showing teeth that were sharp like those of the teeth. I heard the sound of flapping wings before I saw the dark outline in the sky. The heavy dragon slowly lowered itself, easily twice the size of Pyre, and the fire in his mouth grew deeper and brighter as he hung above Haldir. Shit. Another cannon struck the castle, and the floor where Rutherford and his men had been just moments ago collapsed. The earth shook beneath us as everything came apart and slid back to the earth. Our platform remained, but there was nowhere for me to go. If I jumped, it'd be suicide. Fuck. Rhaegar opened his mouth wider and the fire started to spin in his throat, building up momentum before it would shoot out and burn me to a crisp. I continued to grip my sword even though there was nothing I could do with it. I thought of Ivory and the promise I'd made to her, the promise I couldn't keep. She would lead the kingdoms without me, my queen. Haldir sneered with joy, knowing he'd won the battle. The green dragon appeared in the darkness and slammed into Rhaegar, knocking him hard in the flank. He tumbled slightly, the fire snuffed out, and he let out a roar of his own. Then Storm appeared from the other side and hit him again from the opposite direction, his claws ripping at his wings and scales. Thanks, baby. I rushed Haldir and swung my blade down right for his neck. He caught it with his blade, and then we were locked in a deadly exchange of swords, both of us fighting to survive. This time he came at me with everything he had, moving faster than I could because of his unparalleled strength, knowing he had to fight for his right to live. I met his blade left and right, threw my fist down when he least expected it. He landed a blow, I landed mine. Our armor began to tear in places where the other had landed their blows. Just to be spiteful, he headbutted me the way I had with him, making me falter backward just the way he had. Rutherford wasn't kidding, this motherfucker was strong. The battle continued, and he was by far the greatest opponent I'd ever faced. Decades of experience weren't enough to prepare me for it. I could take on 10 men at once, but not when they were concentrated into a single person. His skills were potent, his rage unmatched. But I had to destroy this asshole, so I kept going. He would have to tire out eventually. His skin started to darken more and more, like he really was angry. I had to finish this and finish it quickly. A jolt of energy shot into my body from nowhere, and I rained down a flurry of blows, striking his blade, his chest plate, and getting close to his neck. I faked to the left, then spun around and slashed right for his neck, putting in enough force to swipe his head clean from his shoulders. But he was gone. My body slammed into the stone keep, and my blade slid away. I pushed to my knees quickly and reached for my sword before I could lose my own head. I rolled out of the way of his possible attack and finally got to my feet. I looked forward, then back, but he was nowhere. Then my eyes lifted to the sky. There he hovered, enormous wings spanning out on either side of him. They flapped as they kept him in place, just as Rhaegar had moments ago. With irritated eyes, he stared down at me. Coward! Once Hardhome is mine, your mother will be the first to go. Then your brother, then your sister. My belly will be full of the souls of everyone you love. He flapped his wings and disappeared into the night, camouflaged by the darkness and the smoke, by the screams of chaos in the streets.
Chapter 24. Ivory. I saw his massive form clear as day despite the night, his enormous wings keeping his heavy body off the ground. Pyre. Look. Pyre finished burning the archers on the walls before he lifted his body higher from the ground. He circled until he could see the enemy dragon. He was quiet as he stared, gliding over the broken parts of the castle. Rhaegar. Venom was in his voice, fire in his tone. You know him? King Dunbar's dragon. The one that forced my mother. Oh, shit. He circled again and came closer, and that was when I recognized the man standing on the roof. The one who was about to be charred to ash. Pyre! That's Huntley down there. Yes, I see. We need to do something. He's twice my size. But there are two of you. He hasn't spotted you yet. Now's the perfect time to catch him off guard. Pyre remained quiet. My heart raced, seeing the fire in Rhaegar's throat. The fire meant for my husband. Pyre, hit him from the left. Have Storm hit him from the right. Then we'll claw that motherfucker to death. Pyre still didn't say anything. Think of your mother, Pyre. Do it for her. Pyre made a sharper turn and headed straight for Rhaegar. Oh, thank the gods. Storm is ready. Let's do it. I'll aim my sword for his eyes. Hold on. I gripped the pommel and saw the dark form grow closer and closer. I kept my body low, as flat against Pyre's body as possible. Now the black dragon was right up against us, like it was right in front of my nose. Roar. My body gave a jerk at the collision, and I nearly flew off the saddle. We started to freefall, and then I landed back into the saddle. I couldn't even pull at my blade, not when I could barely hold on. I looked above me and saw Storm hit him from the other side. The hit was hard enough that Rhaegar toppled toward the ground, Storm slashing at his scales and biting at his neck. Finish him! Pyre spun around and dived like a bird. My hair streaked past my face and tears burned my eyes. We were going so fast. Pyre lifted at the last minute and landed on the black dragon on the ground. I could hear the screams. hear the scales ripped from his body, the sound of breaking bones in his wings. Then, everything went quiet. He's dead. I collapsed onto the saddle, my body suddenly exhausted after the battle was finished. Good job, Pyre. Pyre landed on the roof of the section of the castle that was still standing, and I slid to the surface. I moved too quickly and my knees buckled, but I got back to my feet and sprinted toward the man who was waiting for me. I jumped into his arms and he caught me. With my feet above the ground, he held me, held my body as well as the weight of my armor and weapons. My eyes closed as I held on to him. As I clutched the man I'd almost lost. You saved my ass, baby. He lowered me to the roof so he could look at me, his helmet left on the ground behind him. He pulled my helmet off my head and dropped it before both hands slid into my hair. Pyre and Storm did. But I know you had something to do with that. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. Did they kill Rhaegar? Yes. He's the dragon that was forced on their mother. Then he deserved the death he got. I looked past him to what was left of the castle, which wasn't much. Rutherford? Dead. You executed him? I let him be buried underneath his own castle. And Haldir? Got away. All the relief left his face when he was mentioned. Opened his wings and took off. That's right. He can fly. And he's hard to see, unlike a dragon. I turned around and surveyed the rest of the city. Some buildings were on fire, and the distant sound of fighting was still audible. But the cannons had stopped, and the smoke was traveling out over the ocean. He must have been afraid of you. I almost had his head. But I admit he's the most powerful opponent I've ever taken on. That left a stone of dread in the pit of my stomach. Huntley was the best fighter I'd ever seen. And if it was a struggle for him, then no one else could handle the 3 kings, let alone a single one. Haldir said he would take Hart home. Then kill every person I love, one by one. The way his voice faded away, weak and broken, told me this wasn't a threat he took lightly. It was potent in his blood, heavy in his heart. Then we need to return to Heartholm as soon as possible. I just conquered the kingdoms. I need to rule these people now. I need to let them rest. I have no idea how I'm going to get the army to the bottom of the cliffs for this war. At least not if I want to make it in time. I didn't have a single idea either. We could take the secret path, but that was a 3-day journey, and we couldn't bring supplies or horses. We could only bring men, and once we made it to the bottom, they'd have to make the rest of the journey on foot. If time wasn't of the essence, we could figure this out. But we didn't have that luxury. I have an idea. As if our victory was now far in the past, he stared at me with cold eyes, the stress already getting to him. I'm all ears. The teeth. His eyebrows furrowed. We take Pyre and Storm to the teeth and convince them to fight with us. And why would they do that? So they don't get eaten by 2 pissed-off dragons. They are allies to Necrosis. But if Necrosis is trying to beat us to Heartholm because the dragons aren't there, they aren't going to have time to travel to the teeth in the north. Huntley stared at me for a long time as he considered it, his expression hardening as he became lost in thought. His jaw was clenched. His eyes were empty. After a minute of silence, he gave a nod. Let's do it. And do it fast. Chapter 25. Elora. Elora. Bastian's deep voice flowed over me like warm water. I pulled the sheet farther up my body, then pressed my face into his shoulder, keeping my eyes closed. He was warm to the touch, like the fire in my forge. I released a drawn-out breath and hooked my arm around his chiseled stomach. Elora. He grabbed my hip and gave me a gentle shake. You need to wake up. Fuck me if you want, just don't wake me up. Your brother is pounding on the door. So? Now I was awake, but I kept my eyes shut. Let him. He seems worried. Whatever. I kissed his chest, and then let my mind drift back to sleep. This time I heard my brother's voice from downstairs. Elora. Bastian gave a sigh. Told you. I released a groan before I kicked back the sheets. Gods, Ian, what do you want? I grabbed the first piece of clothing I could find, an old shirt that had been sitting there for days. His voice became louder as he moved up the stairs. You aren't at the forge, and you weren't answering the door, so I got worried. Bastian is nowhere to be found, and my mind assumed the worst. Oh, trust me, it didn't. Give me a second. I pulled on some pants, then trudged downstairs, gripping the handrail because I wasn't fully awake yet. It's almost noon. He stood there by the couch, dressed like a king with a sword on his hip. Why are you still asleep? You never sleep this late. He turned toward the fire, and he must have spotted Bastian's clothes and shoes on the floor, because he stilled briefly before he turns back to me. Now he wouldn't make eye contact with me. Anyway, yes, I have a fabulous sex life, and I don't have to pay for it. I walked into the kitchen and got the hot water going so I could make a pot of coffee. Ian moved to the kitchen table and ignored what I said. Where's Bastian? Why? Because I still don't trust him. I trust him as much as I trust you, so you need to get over it. Why? Why what? Why do you trust him so much? Because I actually know him. I placed the mug of coffee in front of him. Like I said, he pushed the mug back at me. It's noon. I scowled at him over the rim of my mug. Don't break into my house again, all right? Bastian isn't going to eat me, so you need to chill out. Ian shifted his gaze out the window. Queen Rolfe has returned. When? An hour ago. Another reason why I came to get you. How is she? Afraid for Heartholm? I told her about the ice, but she still fears the city will fall. I expected you to be in the forge working your ass off, but you're sleeping off a hangover like a fucking teenager. I ignored the insult. How's Huntley? Bloodthirsty. Last time she saw him, he was about to depart for Minora. Hasn't heard from him since. I imagine he's taken all the kingdoms by now. Or perished. Don't say that. That's reality, Elora. Hope for the best, expect the worst. Did you tell her about Bastian? Yes. That's why I'm looking for him, so hurry up and get dressed so we can go. I'll find him and bring him to the castle. Her orders were very clear. Escort him to her. Talk about a shitty situation. And I don't want you to be alone with him when you tell him this news. What's the guy gotta do for you to chill out? I spat. Ian glared at me. Be alive, for starters. Ian, I'll meet you at the castle with Bastian shortly. I'm coming with you. Gods, can you just get out of my face for 2 seconds? I pushed the chair back and carried the mug back to the sink. I tossed the contents down the drain and left the mug on the counter. Ian got to his feet, then moved back to the couch. His eyes dropped to the clothes on the floor. Shit. He stared for a moment before he turned to me, his eyes vicious. This was going to be bad. Just let me get dressed. You kidding me with this, Alora? Are you fucking stupid? He raised his voice like he hadn't before, marching toward me like he'd pull out his sword and behead me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Calm down. I'll calm down when you pull your head out of your ass. Wow. Okay. My hands moved to my hips, and I released a drawn-out sigh. Ian, this is none of your business. You wouldn't have even known if you hadn't barged into my house like you own the place. Thank the gods I did. You could be dead right now. I rolled my eyes, dramatically and ridiculously. Elora, just go. That pussy shit doesn't even have the balls to... Bastian appeared at the bottom of the stairs right on cue, wearing his pants but bare-chested and barefooted. His hair was ruffled from my fingers, and his jawline had that 5 o'clock shadow even though it was only noon. With a hard expression, he looked at Ian, ready for my brother's fiery wrath. Ian somehow looked even angrier. His gaze shifted back to me. Bastian wasn't the only one he wanted to murder. I know you've done a lot of stupid shit in your lifetime, but this has to be the dumbest thing by far. Just get out, Ian. Bastian continued to stand there, unapologetic with his gaze. Ian stormed toward the door. I'm stabbing this motherfucker in the heart when he leaves. He walked out and slammed the door behind him. I let out a heavy sigh as my fingers massaged my temple. Oh, gods. Bastian moved for the coffee pot and poured himself a mug. I warned you. You warned me that you might kill me, not that my brother would catch us. He took a drink as he stood at the counter. I warned you this was a bad idea. It didn't feel like a bad idea last night. I turned to my body and leaned against the counter, looking at him head on. And it still doesn't feel like a bad idea. He held my stare as he stood in front of me, tight skin over strong muscles, his eyes quiet and mysterious. It didn't matter how wrong this was, it felt right. Had always felt right. I'm not worth it, Elora. Worth what? Dividing your family. You aren't doing anything. Ian is just being a brat. His horror is justified. No, it's not. I shook my head before I dug my hand into my hair. You would never hurt me. Doesn't mean I don't want to. And that's bad enough. After we bathed and got ready for the day, we walked out the front door. Ian was there like he said he would be. He pulled his sword out of his scabbard and faced off with Bastian. Bastian didn't reach for his and continued his slow walk, his arms relaxed at his sides, not the least bit provoked by the angry man who wanted his head on a pike. I rolled my eyes so hard. Ian, knock it off. Ian kept his eyes on his opponent and ignored me. I mean it. Bastian stopped when he was near, but he still didn't arm himself. We never should have agreed to this. Ian rushed him, his blade slashing. Bastian still didn't move. I withdrew my sword and met Ian's. I launched an attack and drove him back. You're acting like a child. Stop it. You were the king of Heartholm, and now you're an embarrassment to the position. Bastian has given us the means to protect our army if Huntley doesn't return with the dragons. He's the reason we actually have a chance to survive this war. Knock it off. Ian continued to hold his blade. and his eyes shifted past my shoulder to the enemy that stood behind me. My words obviously meant nothing to him, because he faked to his left, then jumped to the right to get around me. I anticipated all of it, so I hit his sword with mine, parried his swings, and spun around to take his sword right out of his grasp. It happened so fast that he didn't even realize he was unarmed until a couple seconds had passed. Ian's eyebrows were high on his face in surprise. I tossed the sword on the ground. I told you to let me fight. When I looked at Bastian, he didn't have that somber look anymore. There was a hint of approval in his gaze, impressed by my sword-fighting skills. I'll take Bastian to Queen Rolfe now. Come with us if you want, or take some fighting lessons, because you need them. Bastian came to my side, and we walked together, leaving Ian behind us. I could feel Bastian's stare on the side of my face, feel his blue eyes pierce my flesh. I met his look. Not gonna lie, that was pretty hot. I build good weapons because I know how to use them. Damn right. We walked a while longer, spending that time in silence. I'm sorry about my brother. I'd act the same way if I were in his position. I doubt that. I'd probably be worse, actually. His concern is unwarranted. Except it's not, Elora. He stared at me harder. I want you more than I've ever wanted another woman. But that makes me want things I shouldn't. It's ironic. The first time I feel something real for somebody, it's accompanied by this animalistic hunger that I've never had to combat. It's not fair. It won't be this way forever, Bastian. He looked forward again. I can't ask your family to capture rather than kill the first king. They would put themselves in greater danger by not taking the killing blow when they have a chance. It's far more likely that this won't work out in my favor. It will if I ask them to. And I'd rather you not. After everything you've done for us, it's the least we can do. He continued to stare ahead. We want you to have your soul back, but not at the expense of yours. We entered the castle and moved past the guards toward the next floor. Queen Rolfe was there, sitting on her throne in her full uniform, the feathers woven into her hair as if she'd never left. Her eyes were immediately on Bastian. A long stare ensued, her look calculating. Ian appeared behind us, then came to our mother's side, acting as her guard. Queen Rolfe continued her stare, as if she didn't know what to make of him. My son tells me that you've asked for asylum in exchange for the powerful ice to use in our weapons. It's not something I would have agreed to, but since my son was the ruler of Heartholm in my absence, I will honor it. Ian glanced at her, her disapproval clearly stinging him. He always had a chip on his shoulder because of her, a bigger chip than I had. But make no mistake, she said. I don't trust you. Bastian gave no reaction. I understand. He's fulfilled his end of the bargain and has pledged to fight with us, I said. What more do you need? Ian gave me a scowl. Queen Rolfe finally shifted her gaze to me. The stare was cold, but there was never a time when she looked at me with warmth. It was always with indifference, because I literally meant nothing to her. It was as if she hadn't carried me in her womb for 9 months, as if we shared no biological relation. He's the predator, and we're the prey. A fact we can't ignore. If he captures the first King Haldir, he can get his soul back. Bastian turned to me, clearly annoyed. Then he wouldn't be a predator anymore. He could be at peace. Queen Rolfe turned her gaze back to him. Is this true? Bastian tore his gaze away from me. Many years ago, Haldir became infatuated with my sister's beauty. He took her from my village, made her into his own kind. When I went after her to rescue her, he nearly killed me. But my sister pleaded for an alternative. I became one of them, and I've been stuck ever since. However, if I can get him to the Bone Witch, I can reverse what was done to us. And not just us, but anyone who's ever been turned by him. That's my objective, and I need Heartholm to accomplish it. Her fingers started to drum on the armrest repeatedly, her stare unmoving and cold. Ian glanced at her, then continued to look at Bastian, the rouge of rage still coloring in his cheeks. I don't want to be necrosis, Bastian said. I've never wanted this. I've tried to starve myself to death, but my body will put me into an uncontrollable eating frenzy. So I stopped doing that. But the self-loathing grows with every meal. If I had my soul back, I could take my life and join my family in the Undying Kingdoms. My heart broke when I realized what he truly wanted. If we do this, we could save a lot of innocent people, Your Highness. Her eyes didn't shift back to me. The dead are not my responsibility. But among those dead are runes, I said. And dead or alive, they're your responsibility. She turned to look at me again. A long stare ensued. The only reason she cares is because she's sleeping with him. Ian shared business that wasn't his own and stabbed me in the back. It was out of character, so his emotional turmoil must have been responsible for his betrayal. I didn't refute the accusation. Queen Rolfe's stare hardened slightly more, her disapproval written on her face. You sleep with the enemy. Well, Huntley is married to the enemy, so anything goes, apparently. Gods, she was my half-sister, even looked like me. It was so fucked up. It was clear Queen Rolfe rejected that statement, tightness appearing around her lips. Ivory is the Queen of the Kingdoms now. Heartholm still stands because she healed the dragons and brought them to the fight. You would do well to remember that. I was in disbelief. Sheer, unbearable disbelief. I've done nothing but serve Heartholm since I could walk. I've outfitted our soldiers with the weapons that have kept us alive this past decade. I went behind enemy lines to retrieve the ice and risked my soul in the process. I've built your armor with my own hands. I've built armor for 2 dragons. My life has been in service to your reign. My loyalty unquestioned. And you've never once looked at me like I'm anything more than your biggest regret. I'm your fucking daughter, but you still look at me like a damn rat. Bastian turned his head to regard me, his blue eyes still with sadness. All of Ian's anger disappeared, and his face immediately tightened as if he regretted instigating the entire thing. Queen Rolfe was the only one who had no reaction whatsoever. Why did I expect that to ever change? Bastian will retrieve the 12 allies we promised asylum. He'll also be able to give us an update on necrosis. But I suspect we should prepare for war. It's coming. whether it'll arrive tomorrow or a week from tomorrow. Without waiting to be dismissed, I turned my back to the Queen and walked off. I expected to depart alone, but I heard him behind me. He walked beside me the whole way back to my home. His eyes turned to me from time to time, but he didn't say anything. The second I walked into my house, I headed straight for the booze. I grabbed an unopened bottle of scotch and poured 2 glasses, assuming he wouldn't make me drink alone. I slid the glass across the counter where I stood, then tilted my head back to down the entire contents in one go. My thumb swiped the drop from the corner of my mouth and caught the liquid my tongue had missed. Bastian didn't reach for his glass. He stood in front of me, his concerned eyes reserved for my face. A gentleman never makes a lady drink alone. You aren't a lady. He lifted his glass to his lips anyway and took a drink. You're a woman. And that's how I like you. The glass returned to the counter, and he stared me down once again, his eyes flicking back and forth subtly. I'm sorry. Don't be. The last thing I want is for you to feel bad for me. Why? Because that's pussy shit. I refilled my glass and took another drink. Feeling your feelings because I care about you is not pussy shit. His voice was warm and thick like honey when it poured out of a bottle. It's not my place to have an opinion about Queen Rolfe's behavior. But I have the right to feel your sorrow. And I do. I don't feel sorrow. You don't have to put up a front with me. I find this no-nonsense, no-bullshit attitude sexy as hell, but we're past that. There's more to you than meets the eye, and I can see all those layers now. It's okay to be hurt. I would feel the same way. My eyes dropped back to my glass on the counter. It was easier to stare at the amber liquid sitting at the bottom than his arresting eyes. Most of the time I don't care, but there are moments when I hope things will change. I've seen the affection she shows my brothers. She's a good mother. There are times when I grow envious, and then resentful. My fingers rested on the rim of the glass as I felt the ache in my chest. But now she's embraced Ivory like a daughter, and she still won't look at me as anything less than dirt? It's fucking bullshit. I threw the glass against the wall and heard it shatter into a million pieces. Bastian didn't flinch. I've defended this kingdom as much as Ivory has. Just because she rolled in here with a couple of dragons doesn't mean I haven't killed hundreds of necrosis with weapons made by my bare hands. I grabbed another glass and filled it. Bastian stayed quiet. I took a drink and stared at him over my glass, seeing the patience in his eyes. When the glass was empty, I returned it to the counter. There were no tears in my dry eyes, but there were cracks in my broken heart. Whatever. Fuck her. As difficult as this is, you mustn't take it personally. You were born out of trauma, and every time she looks at you, she must relive that trauma. She could have aborted you, but she didn't, and you should be grateful that she gave you the chance to live. I lowered the glass and stared at him incredulously. You're really going to say that to me? He held his silence for a while. You don't strike me as the kind of woman that wants to be told only what she wants to hear. And I'm not the kind of man that doesn't mean what he says. I hate seeing your pain. I hate seeing you abandoned. But if my sister bore Haldir's child from rape, It would be hard for me to love them unconditionally. And I know she would struggle as well. I took another drink and felt the burn all the way down. If she can let Ivory into her heart, perhaps she can let you in as well. That's never happened before. I doubt it'll ever happen. But she has embraced the daughter of her rapist. People change, Alora. Not Queen Rolfe. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I set the glass on the counter. I'll leave for necrosis at first light. I waved off his words. I don't want to talk about that either. All right. His hand rested on top of his glass on the counter. Do you want me to leave? I gave him a stony look, like that was the very last thing I wanted. His eyes shifted back and forth as he stared me down. His head tilted slightly, his eyes glancing to the lips that yearned for his kiss. The pause lasted only a few seconds. After that, he stepped closer to me, his hand sliding into my hair, his lips catching mine in a soft embrace. The second I had his kiss, a soft bubble formed around us, blocking out the bullshit that existed outside the house. I wasn't despised by my mother. Hartholm wasn't vulnerable to necrosis. Ian wasn't pissed off at me. My arm hooked around his neck, and I rose on my tiptoes so our mouths could move together in fluid motion. It was one of those slow and passionate kisses, where the heat rose slowly from a couple small flames to a full inferno. My other hand cupped his face, slid into his short strands of hair, felt their softness as I kissed him like my favorite lover. His thick arms encircled the small of my back, and he tugged me against his chest before his fingers spread out across my ass. He squeezed one of my cheeks with a man's grip, just the way I liked to be touched. I wanted to be gripped and tugged, not handled with the fragility of thin glass. He backed me up into the counter, his big dick pressing against my lower stomach. His hand fisted my hair, and he tugged it back so my neck would be open to him. His hungry lips kissed me. His tongue tasted me. His teeth even gave me a playful bite. My eyes closed as I felt him kiss me everywhere, tug down the front of my shirt so he could kiss my collarbone, the base of my throat, my jawline. I got his trousers loose, and then I yanked his shirt over his head. He broke away to let the clothes leave his body, and that was when I took him in. His eyes had darkened with hunger, and the black splotches sprinkled his large shoulders and thick arms. The marks were on his chest and stomach, like ash had fallen from the sky and stained his skin. He was marked by soot. In a very sick way, I liked it. I liked that he was dangerous. I liked that the only reason I lived was because he allowed it. He pulled my shirt over my head and removed my chemise before his lips devoured my tits. His hands were on me again, squeezing me tightly as his tongue delved into the valley between my breasts. He didn't pause to restrain himself like last time. He powered through, letting his skin darken more and more as the urge to feed deepened in his veins. I never once thought I was in danger. I fell into the moment. My only discomfort, the wetness in my panties. He lifted me and positioned my legs around his waist before he carried me upstairs to my bedroom. Our kisses continued all the way up the stairs until he got me on the bed so he could remove my bottoms. He took the trousers and underwear at the same time and pulled them free. I was fully naked on the bed, anxious for his narrow hips to fit between my thighs and his big dick to sink into my wetness. I watched him lower over me, felt the mattress sink as his weight dispersed the support, and then finally he moved on top of me. My palms felt his hard chest pass by me as he got into position. His skin even darker now that he was so close to having me. He settled between my thighs, but didn't sink inside me. You should be afraid right now. I grabbed onto his hips and tilted my pelvis, wanting to drag him inside me. Bastian, I gave him a tug. I've never wanted you more. I felt his length catch my slit, and I pulled him inside, directing him into a slow and deep sink. My eyes closed, and I moaned the whole time, like sex had never felt this good, because it hadn't. When he felt me, his reaction was the same. A deep groan escaped his throat from all the way down in his chest. Once he was fully inside me, he released a heavy sigh. A sigh full of so much desire and need. I grabbed onto his shoulders as I started to rock. His thrust synced with mine, and he moved deep and slow, his eyes locking on mine. Even his eyes were a different color now, black like the nighttime sky. He'd never pushed himself like this, but he seemed in complete control. I've never wanted a man the way I want you. My hand snaked up his chest as those words tumbled out. He was the most dangerous man I'd ever been with, but somehow he felt the safest. Every man who'd come before him wasn't even a memory. This just felt right from the moment I saw him, like love at first sight. Those words sank deep into his flesh and chased away the darkness. The color faded completely, his skin the same fair shade it had been before he kissed me. His eyes were blue once again, clear and fathomless. Our first time on the couch had been driven by insatiable attraction and desire. It was a means to an end. But this time was different. It was slow and deep, raw with emotion. He didn't have a soul, but I swore I could feel it as our bodies joined. Hot breaths filled the bedroom as our slick bodies moved together. Our shadows danced across the wall, and my nails sliced his skin deeper and deeper. With my ankles locked around his waist, I got to lie there and enjoy him. Feel him do all the work to make my toes curl, to push me to the edge and make me writhe with a breathless moan. Bastian! I gripped him tightly as I came, my thighs squeezing his hips, tears damp in my eyes and blurring my vision. It felt so good. Better than last time. Better than any other who'd preceded him. As if he had something to prove, he kept going without needing to stop. All his effort was geared toward me, getting me to climax again and again, as if the first two weren't enough. His skin never darkened again. He stayed in the moment with me, his hunger not even registering. I grabbed onto his ass and tugged him inside me. I want you. His body slowed for an instant, his expression hard. My lips felt his in a short kiss, our breathing too deep for a full embrace. A loud moan escaped his lips, and he gave his final thrust, feeling the same satisfaction he'd given to me 3 times in the last hour. His eyes closed for a moment as he felt it, as he writhed just a bit. When it passed, his eyes opened once more, locked on mine. You should be afraid right now. His fingers moved into my hair, sliding through the strands and pulling them from my face. His eyes took me in for a long time, wearing that intense expression that could burn me from across the room. Yeah? Because I'm never going to let you go. I woke up to him next to me, his chest softly rising and falling with his even breaths. My lips traveled over his hard body and woke him up in the nicest way possible. My head under the sheets with my lips sealed around his shaft. It led to a beautiful morning with my ankles locked around his waist again, We made it downstairs for coffee and muffins, the two of us sitting together at the dining table. The sunlight came through the open window and warmed the wood underneath our mugs. Little dust particles were in the air, gently hovering in the perfect stillness. I devoured my pecan muffin, but he didn't touch his. He hadn't said a single word all morning. I didn't regret what I'd said, but I feared I'd come on too strong. It was one of my faults. I spoke my mind right in the moment, oblivious to any ramifications from my spontaneity. But that was who I was. You had never had to wonder what I was thinking, because I would give it to you straight. I'm not sorry about what I said, but I'm sorry if I made you feel weird. His eyes lifted from his coffee and locked on mine. I don't feel weird. You're quiet. I'm always quiet. He held my gaze, the confidence in his stare. I chose to accept his words as fact. Well, I'm glad it didn't bother you. Why would it bother me? You were the one trying to ditch me, remember? One side of his mouth quirked up in a smile. Not because I wanted to. Still, I tried to be a gentleman, but I quickly realized that's not what you're looking for. You're catching on. I took a drink of my coffee. Now the other side of his mouth quirked up. I want you the way you want me. You can tell me that 1,000,000 times, and I'll treasure every single time you say it. I've felt this way since the moment I saw you, and I think you felt the same way. I did. But before this goes any further, there's something we should talk about. I thought you were quiet, I teased. His eyes remained intense, like the quip had never happened. I can't have children. He just came right out and said it, straight to the point. It's impossible for necrosis to sire children, as I mentioned before. If having a family is important to you, then I'm not the right guy for you. You won't always be necrosis. His stare hardened. There's a very real chance that we'll defeat necrosis and the Three Kings without breaking the spell. Even if your family allows my existence, I'll be unable to put a child in your belly. That's a reality you'll need to consider. I'm not going to let that happen, Bastion. I don't question your determination, Allura. But the Three Kings are different from me and the other necrosis. One necrosis is the equivalent of 5 men. A king is the equivalent of 20. We'll figure it out, I said. I know we will. When this is all over, we can revisit this conversation. You can make your decision then. Even if you remain necrosis, it's not going to change the way I feel. If we can't have children, we'll still have each other. We'll still have nieces and nephews from my brothers. It'll be all right. He stared for a long time, his expression so hard it was impossible to know his thoughts. As much as I want you, you shouldn't have to settle. Being with you is not settling. His eyes dropped. I don't want to waste my time talking about a future that may not even happen. We stay together no matter the outcome of this war. But I believe we'll accomplish everything we hope to. The Runes are the mightiest people on this continent. We have 2 dragons, and we have ice, something they don't know about. The odds are in our favor. I walked with Bastion down to the gate, and somehow Ian was aware of his impending departure. Queen Rolfe had been reinstated as the ruler of Heartholm, so Ian had returned to his former post. The gates remained closed, and I knew that was his doing. Bastion was dressed in his travel gear, his horse at his side. He gave me a heavy look. like this separation would be as challenging for him as it would be for me. He didn't extend any affection, as if he knew my brother was watching us like a hawk. Ian approached us, his stare cold and hard. "What's happening?" Bastian faced him head-on. "I'm traveling to Necrosis to grab the 12 allies we discussed before. While I'm there, I'll also collect as much information about their plans as possible. After I leave, they'll quickly realize that my allegiance has changed, and you can expect a much swifter attack. Then you should stay." Ian was back in his old uniform, but he still had the presence of a king. The garment fit his muscular arms well, and the fancy hilt of his blade showed his royal status. "I have to evacuate my people," Bastian said, "and I figure I can still get information you'll need. What if they already know of your betrayal and kill you?" My heart did a somersault. "Then you don't have to see my face ever again." Bastian said it simply, as if he didn't care if that was his fate. "Elora and I checked on the ice this morning. The roots have dug into the ground and the wilted leaves have stiffened. Within a couple weeks, there will be a harvest." "A couple weeks from now, we might all be dead," Ian deadpanned. "It's still better that it's attached instead of not attached," I said. "Who knows what the future holds?" "I'll return as soon as I can," Bastian said. "I'll only stop to sleep when absolutely necessary. I know we don't have a lot of time." Ian still looked annoyed. "When you return with your 12 men, how do we know it won't be a coup?" Bastian was quiet for a long time. "If you still suspect me after everything that's happened, there's nothing more I can say. And I'd rather not waste my time. Now open the gate so I can depart." Ian stared him down for a while before he nodded to his men. Then he walked off. The gates creaked as they started to open, and slowly the walls parted wide enough for Bastian to pass through. Bastian stared at the open gates before he turned back to me. "I wish I could come with you. This is where you belong, Elora, with your people. You're my people too, Bastian." He stared for a while longer before he hooked his strong arms around my body and embraced me harder. "Even if I lose my life with what's to come, the destruction of Necrosis will still bring me joy. So if we don't see each other again, kill them all. Kill them for me." I latched onto him tightly and didn't want to let go. "You have to come back to me, okay?" "I'll do my best." He pulled away, his arms still around my back. "Slay Necrosis, Elora. Slay every single one without mercy." He moved farther away, forcing the contact to end. I moved into him again and pressed a kiss to his mouth. He was hesitant at first because we had an audience, but he didn't reject my affection. He kissed me back, then abruptly let me go. His hands gripped the reins of his horse, and he walked out the gates, never looking back to see me one last time. I worked in my shop, making compounded arrows for the archers. I didn't move at my usual speed, my broken heart slowing me down. Once I made another, I added it to the barrel in my forge, making each one individually. If the archers could kill waves of necrosis before they even reached the gates, that could turn the war. Might even end it if we had enough. If only those ice plants produced more frequently. The door opened and Ian walked inside. I'd just dropped an arrow into the barrel and taken off my gloves. "What brings you here?" He held up the scroll. "A message from Huntley." My mood immediately perked right up. He's all right? Both he and Ivory survived. Did they take the kingdoms? Yes. A full-on grin moved over my face. Huntley is so badass. King Rutherford? Dead. Haldir was there. The first king? The blood immediately drained from my face. Did he kill him? No, he took off. But Huntley said it was the most challenging fight of his life. Warned me not to underestimate the Kings if I come into contact with any of them. One of their dragons was about to burn him alive, but Ivory got there first with Pyre. Thank the gods. Yeah. Now what? They said they're going to lower as many men as they can with the pulley system they repaired in Delacroix. While that's happening, they're going to fly to the Teeth and try to coerce them to aid in the battle against necrosis. Really? I asked. I doubt the Teeth would ever help us. But I don't think they'll have a choice when 2 dragons can burn their entire city. True. Depending on when they sent this letter, all of that may already be in motion. That also means that Haldir left the capital already. Ian nodded. I'm sure he's returned to necrosis by now. That means that we can expect them anytime. Literally. I got the chills. At least we know the dragons are coming. Just hope they come soon enough. He put the scroll back into his pocket. How are things here? I've used nearly all the reserves of ice, but I've made a lot of good stuff. The arrows are potent, so they'll kill a necrosis in one shot. Our best soldiers will have compounded swords, so they'll be able to slice through necrosis like stalks of wheat. Even if we're outnumbered, we have the upper hand. Ian nodded. I'd say we have this battle in the bag. Except for one problem. What? The 3 kings can fly. Necrosis was already hard enough to defeat, with the strength of 5 men in one, but now our opponents could also fly. The only beings that could challenge them were Pyre and Storm. Shit. Forgot about that. Ian fell into one of the chairs, his thick body hanging heavily. I hate the wait. I just want it to be over with. Whether we win or lose, I just want it to end. He rubbed his fingers across his jawline. Necrosis has been our enemy since I can remember. Hard to imagine a life where that's not the case. Yeah. I sat in the other chair. He turned his head to look at me. I'm sorry I ratted you out like that. Just pissed off about the whole thing. It's fine. I don't care. His eyes narrowed. It was going to come out, the sooner the better. The sooner the better? He asked incredulously. You can't expect to stay with this guy. It's really none of your business, Ian. You're my sister and he's necrosis. Damn right, it is my business. I rolled my eyes. You know when Huntley gets here, he's going to chop his head off. He won't. Because he actually listens to me, unlike you. His eyes darkened as if that offended him. What in the gods do you see in him? I ignored him. Elora. I see a man, not necrosis. I see a man who lost everything to save someone he loved. I see someone who needs our help. I see someone who deserves a second chance. You're so closed-minded that all you can focus on are the dark marks on his body, not his story. Not who he is. And I'm sick of it. I don't give a damn if you don't like him, because I do. My brother stared for several heartbeats, his expression slightly overwhelmed. I rose from the chair. Let's get back to work. We've got a lot of shit to do. Chapter 26. Ivory. Riker! I rushed to him when I found him in the medic tent. He was beaten badly, clearly tortured. Effie was at his side, no scars on her skin, like she'd been spared from the punishment. I suspected Riker was the reason for that. He sat up in bed, his face blue and bruised from all the damage. His movements were slow, as if every single part of his body hurt. Just the smallest gestures were enough to elicit a moan from his lips. "You okay?" "I look like a rainbow compared to you." I wrapped my arms around him gently and held him close. "I'm so happy to see you." Once the castle started to come down and the sky was filled with smoke, I worried about my brother, worried that he was trapped somewhere. I was so concerned. He gave me a pat on the back before he let me go. "I saw you flying around in the sky. Badass." I hugged Effie next. "Girl, you okay?" "I'm fine," she said. "Just glad it's all over." Well, it wasn't all over. "You going to be okay?" He nodded. "You know, I've had worse." I was pretty sure he hadn't. "So, you guys are married?" "Yup," Riker said. "Thought it was time for the stallion to settle down." Effie rolled her eyes. I chuckled at her playfulness. She was good for Riker, understanding his sense of humor. "It's a long story," Riker said, turning serious. "It was the only way I could keep Effie in the castle with me. Rutherford wasn't going to host Effie when she's not a royal. So I made her a royal." It was a big sacrifice on his part, so I assumed his motivations were deeper than that. "I'm happy for you guys. Congratulations." "Sorry you couldn't be there," Riker said. "But you know how it goes." "Yeah," I said with a nod, thinking of my own nuptials. The flap to the tent opened, and Huntley stepped inside, regal in his special armor, his helmet left at his tent so his hard face was visible, his brown hair matted from the sweat of the battle. All his armor and weapons must have added close to 50 pounds of weight to his frame, but he continued to carry himself like it was feather light. His eyes went to me first, like they always did when he stepped into a room where I was present. And then he looked at my brother. "Glad to see you're still here, Riker." My brother stared at him for a while, his look uninviting. But then he cleared his throat and shook off the animosity. "Congratulations on your conquest, King Rolfe. The kingdoms are now led by the rightful ruler." The last time these two men had been in the same room together, Riker had wanted to cut him down and leave him as a bloody mess. But my brother obviously had had a change of heart. Knowing that my father betrayed all of humankind must have shaken him to his core, just the way it shook me. Huntley stared for a while, his eyes open and unflinching, processing my brother's unexpected stance of loyalty. "Rulers. None of this would have been possible without my wife, Queen Rolfe." He shifted his gaze to me and stared at me hard, even possessively, despite the current company. "I conquered the ground, and she conquered the skies." He stepped forward and extended his hand to Riker. "Your letter prepared us for battle, and I can see that there were consequences for your actions. Thank you for your loyalty." Riker didn't hesitate before he stood up and returned the gesture. I could hardly believe their new kinship. Didn't realize how important it was to me for them to get along until I witnessed it with my own eyes. Huntley dropped his hand first. "Haldir and Necrosis are headed to Hardhome, so time is of the essence for our departure. You need to lower as many men and horses as you can to the bottom of the cliffs with the police system. And in my absence, you will rule the kingdoms." Riker's eyebrows immediately hiked up his face in surprise. "You're next of kin. I trust that you'll take care of my people if I don't return, and you'll be prepared to destroy Necrosis in the event Ivory and I fail. Do you accept?" Riker took a few seconds to process this before he gave a nod. "It would be my honor. I know you're unwell at this moment, but Commander Brutus is here to serve you. I've told him to return the soldiers to their respective kingdoms, and then to reside at the capital to keep things in order. You'll rule from Delacroix. Yes, Your Highness. Huntley turned to me. We leave first thing in the morning. Say your goodbyes now. He departed the tent and left us alone. A silence settled on us for a while. Riker stared at the entrance to the tent as if Huntley might return and say more. Effie remained in the chair, her arms crossed over her chest. I looked at my brother. I know the kingdoms are in good hands. If the runes fail, you'll be our second chance for victory. Can we not talk like that? He said quietly, his eyes averted. I don't even want to think about that. He stared at the ground for a while before he finally looked at me. You better kick ass, Ivory. Because I can't live a life where you don't exist. My face had been stoic a moment ago, but now I battled the dampness that formed in my eyes. I believe in Huntley. He'll win this war. He's the strongest, smartest person I know. Really? Because you're the strongest, smartest person I know. Riker. His arms embraced me, and he held me for a while, his arms strong like the grip of a viper. With his chin on my head, he squeezed me, his breaths deep and uneven. I love you. It was something he never said, only when our parents forced him, but now he said it freely from his heart. I love you too. The fires had been put out, but smoke still filled the dark sky. The deepest part of the night had passed, and the sky had turned a light blue, the color of twilight. Stars would normally blanket us overhead, but they were invisible behind all the destruction the battle had caused. I moved across the camp until I spotted the royal flags that marked our tent. The perimeter was lined with guards on duty, protecting Huntley from any enemies that hadn't been killed. We would normally stay in the castle, but there was no castle anymore. I stepped inside the tent and found Huntley sitting in a chair at his desk. His armor had been removed, and now he was shirtless, scribbling on a piece of parchment in dark ink. He finished his thought, then added his signature at the bottom. Huntley rolled it tightly before he secured the ribbon around the scroll. I've explained the plan to my mother so she knows we're coming. Doesn't matter if it's intercepted at this point. It won't make a difference anyway. He rose to his feet and marched out of the tent to hand it to one of his men, then returned a moment later. That was when I saw the beating his body had taken. He didn't bleed from flesh wounds, but large areas of his skin were bruised from all the hits he'd taken from swords and axes. Black and purple marred his normally tanned skin color. It pained my heart just to stare. Are you okay? He dropped into the chair again, his knees wide apart, his heavy shoulders slack. Just anxious. No. I stepped toward him, my fingers lightly coming into contact with the large bruise on his arm. This? He didn't turn to look. Didn't even notice. They're everywhere. I'm fine, baby. My fingers continued to outline his hard body, to glide over the deep discoloration from the blood underneath his skin. He didn't have time to rest and heal. He had to keep moving, barely getting a full night of sleep. Is there anything I can do? That intense expression was on his face, his thoughts immediately going to the one thing he cared about most. I was still in my armor, and my hair was matted from the sweat caused by all the fires, but he looked at me as if I'd just stepped out of the shower buck naked. He untied his pants as he got to his feet, pushing them down and kicking off his boots at the same time. Then he lay flat on the bedroll on the ground, his hard dick against his stomach. I heard his orders loud and clear and shed my armor and weapons. I got down to my bare skin, then straddled his narrow hips. His large hands immediately kneaded my ass as he lay there. Then they snaked up my body, over my stomach, and latched onto my tits. He squeezed them hard before he flicked his thumbs over the nipples. "Fuck me, baby." He propped himself up on his elbows, bringing his torso closer to me. "Fuck me hard." I rose up and widened my knees before I directed his fat length inside me. I pushed my sheath over his head and sank lower, forcing my body to take his throbbing length. Farther and farther I sank, going as far as my small body would allow. He closed his eyes briefly, feeling even more like a king when he was inside me. I grabbed onto his shoulders and moved up and down, rolling my hips every time he was inside me fully. Whether this was our 100th time together or our 1,000th, it felt like the first time. All the desire bubbling on the surface. "Harder." The command in his voice filled the tent as if he'd raised his voice, only he hadn't. My speed had been slow because I was getting used to it, letting my body stretch a little more before I quickened my pace. But I followed his orders and moved faster, forgetting about all the horrific bruising on his hard body. I said harder. I moved even more rapidly, going as fast as I could. I quickly became breathless, felt my skin moisten with sweat. Even that wasn't enough for him, because he grabbed my hips with his big hands and guided me hard and fast onto its length, fucking me harder than he ever had before. I couldn't keep up with the demand and tired out quickly. He rolled me onto my back and took over, ramming me into the bedroll like I was his favorite whore. He took me so hard it hurt. His hand fisted in my hair, his arm hooked behind one of my knees. He dominated me ruthlessly, like I somehow had forgotten that I was his. Like he would ever let me forget I was his. Pyre? He was dead asleep in the field, his body curled in a circle with his snout near his tail. His enormous body rose and fell with the deep breaths he took. Pyre! I rubbed my hands over his hard scales, trying to gently coax him into waking. No. I know it's early and we had a long night. No. I gave a loud sigh and watched Huntley approach Storm. Let's go, Storm. We have more people to burn. Storm opened one eye, then immediately straightened, like he'd gladly get up early to continue his killing spree. I gave Pyre a shake. Come on, let's go kill people. His eyes opened, but it was in annoyance. I killed a lot of people. I killed a dragon. Now let me rest. I wish I could rest too, but we don't have the time. We have to move quickly if we want to reach Heartholm in time. Storm must have said something to him because Pyre finally got up. You'll be able to rest as long as you want when this is all over. He sat upright and stretched his spine as well as his wings. What's the plan? We're going to the Teeth. Demand their alliance with the threat of fire. What are the Teeth? Monsters that live off the blood of humans. Can I eat them? Sure, go for it. I've had a big appetite lately. You've earned it. When I looked at Huntley, he was already in the saddle, fully dressed for war. I climbed up Pyre until I made it into the saddle. My hands gripped the pommel for dear life, because it was the only thing keeping me in place when Pyre made sudden dives and unexpected turns. I'd gotten better at it, but one wrong move and I could be bucked off. Head southwest. Pyre jumped from the ground and opened his wings wide, taking to the skies immediately. The smoke had finally blown away after the battle, so there was nothing but clouds and the sun. Storm did the same and flew beside us. Once we were above the clouds, it was a whole different world. Just the beaming sun and a sea of blue. Silence stretched for a long time, the two of us just enjoying the flight. Eventually, I spoke. You did a great job with Rhaegar. Wouldn't have been possible without my brother. You worked together, which means it wouldn't have been possible without you either. I guess that's true. How do you feel? I'm glad he's dead. But I still worry about my mother. We'll get to her soon. Once we've defeated necrosis, we'll have the forces of everyone on the continent. They won't be able to challenge us. I hope so. The same journey on foot would have taken weeks. Weeks, in addition to all the unforeseen obstacles that would make that journey even longer. On the back of a dragon, we had no obstacles, just light and darkness. At sunset, we lowered beneath the clouds and looked at our location. Huntley says we're close. I could see the stark white of snow, the coldness of this forsaken world. The temperature dropped the closer we moved toward the surface. My armor kept me warm, but it wasn't enough when I felt the snow land in my hair. As we traveled farther east, there was a respite from the cold. My fingertips began to thaw, and my skin no longer prickled with bumps. The land turned green instead of white, and then the territory began to look familiar. Burn? Yes. Pyre dropped his head and dived straight for the ground. The wind whipped through my hair and strained my eyes as we fell from the sky. Then, Pyre released the line of fire from his mouth, and it exploded over the buildings and the trees, igniting on contact. Storm did the same, turning a different way and making a straight line of flames that burned through the city. Other people knocked when they arrived. We burned. Soldiers poured out of the buildings to fight us, but without crossbows, there was nothing they could do but run around and put out the fires and pull burning men from the flames. They were paralyzed by the attack, absolutely helpless. I'd actually feel bad if claws hadn't scarred my thighs forever. Enough. Pyre flew back to the field in front of the city and landed next to Storm. Huntley was already off his dragon, standing in the field, waiting for our enemy to ride out and meet us. I slid down Pyre's scales and met Huntley on the ground. The gates opened and riders emerged. It took minutes for them to reach us, even with their horses running at full speed. 2 black horses were in the lead, followed by a few others. But it wasn't their full contingent. It was less than a dozen teeth. When they came closer, Huntley placed his body in front of mine. The horses came to a stop, claws in the lead, looking silently livid. He stared at Huntley for a moment, restraining his fury as best he could, and then hopped off the horse to meet him head-on. His teeth were retracted behind his mouth and throat, but his eyes looked bloodthirsty. He stopped in front of Huntley and stared him down, his eyes shifting back and forth angrily. Your city and everyone in it will turn to ash unless you comply with my demands. Last time I saw Klaus, he wore a gloating smile. Then he feasted on my flesh until I reached the brink of death. He taunted me with his arrogance. Now his world was crumbling around him. We traveled to Hardholm to help the runes defeat necrosis. The teeth will be our allies in this battle. Necrosis is our ally. Not anymore. Once we've fulfilled our purpose, you'll just kill us. We can coexist peacefully. We'll draw up a truce. You have my word. Klaus studied him closely. My offer is not only gracious but merciful. Accept it with gratitude. Huntley didn't raise his voice, but he sounded absolutely terrifying, his rage bubbling just beneath the surface. Klaus finally gave a nod. On your knees. Klaus inhaled a slow breath, furious. I said, on your knees. Klaus's mouth started to shake, as if his teeth wanted to emerge, but it took all his strength to keep them locked away. A minute ticked by before he brought himself to the ground, on his knees, as Huntley asked. I accept. Good. Now appoint your new king. The anger on Klaus's face started to fade, replaced by a whole different look. Why? Huntley stepped closer and stared down at him. You know why. His breaths immediately deepened and turned uneven. He dropped his gaze to compose himself, but he couldn't hide the fear that crept into his features. Did you think you could touch my wife and get away with it? Huntley pulled his sword out of his scabbard. Did you think you could feast on her flesh and keep your head? Did you really think I wouldn't fixate about it every day, every moment, until I had you on your knees just like this? Now select your successor. He dropped his gaze, breathing hard. Through clenched teeth, he spoke the name. Gunther! Huntley swung his sword in a flash, decapitating Klaus with one fluid stroke. The head rolled away, and the body crumpled to the ground. He sheathed his blade and spat on the corpse. You have one day to prepare your army. We ride for Hartholm tomorrow. We sat across from each other at the campfire, the dragons asleep on either side of us. We were out in the open, far away from the teeth, but still vulnerable to the world and the elements. Huntley didn't seem concerned. I'd caught our dinner that night, and it roasted over the fire. It was like old times, when we were distrustful but unable to keep our hands off each other. When the meat was done, I divided it between us, along with the roasted potatoes. I always gave Huntley the bigger half because his body needed more than mine did. I loved food, but I could exist off much less than he could. I can take the first watch. He shook his head. We both need our sleep. The road ahead of us will be arduous at best. What if they sneak up on us? They aren't going to sneak up on me and 2 dragons. He wiped his fingers on the cloth, then rinsed his plate with his canteen. Gunther may be their new ruler, but I'm the one running the show. They won't fuck with me. Huntley had always been a brooding, no-bullshit kind of guy, but his coldness had deepened, and so had his authority. He didn't need to be decorated with handcrafted robes and a crown of jewels to look like a king. He was kingly in every aspect of his life. He dominated everything around him, and not just me. I'm worried. He looked at me across the fire, his blue eyes attentive. Why? Everything you said about Haldir. All those bruises on your body. He's my problem, not yours. Your problems are my problems, Huntley, because if he kills you, I'll lose everything. He kept his same stare, not giving me a glimpse of empathy. He won't. He almost did. His dragon almost did, because he's a fucking coward. I'll get him, baby. I'll get all of them. I know I can't help you. I was good with a sword, could take on a man twice my size, but one of the kings? I was simply no match for it. Huntley was the strongest swordsman I'd ever encountered, and I'd watched them knock each other around on top of that roof like 2 puppets. At least not without Pyre. Then keep Pyre close, always. Chapter 27. Elora. There was nothing to do except sit and wait. Bastion had been gone a week, a very long week. A week that left me lonely and crippled with anxiety. Necrosis hadn't struck Heartholme, and our scouts hadn't reported the approach of their army. Like sitting ducks, we just waited for war to knock on our front door. I sat at the bar with a pint in front of me, Ian beside me. Now he was always in his full battle armor, his sword, dagger, and shield, ready for the bells when the alarm was raised. Others in town were dressed similarly, shopping in the market with their bows across the backs and their axes in their belts. Everyone was waiting. Ian drank from his beer but didn't say anything. I hoped Bastian would return. If he didn't, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. "It's weird," Ian said. "I feel like every night is our last night on this earth." "Yeah, I know what you mean. I double-check everything every morning, but I realize there's nothing more for me to do." Ian nodded. "The wall is prepped, we're ready. Just wish Huntley were here." "Yeah. He wasn't here last time, and I felt it. Everyone did." I nodded. "But according to his note, he should be here soon." "I expected him to be here by now, actually." He stared into his glass. "He'd just conquered the kingdoms when he wrote that. I'm sure he had a lot of stuff to take care of. He's armed with 2 dragons, and he survived not just one battle, but several. I'm not worried. You shouldn't be either." He stared for a moment longer before he gave a quick nod. "You're right." We returned to our tense silence. Then I heard it. The bells. The sound was distant, not coming from the main gate, but from the opposite end of Heartholme. It was so faint, I wasn't sure if I was imagining them. But when I looked at my brother, the look on his face told me he heard them too. Fuck. We ran through the streets toward the castle in the rear, the bell tolling at the very top of the keep. Other soldiers were running too, trying to answer the call before the emergency became worse. Before we reached the double doors, the bells went quiet. Wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. We pushed through the doors, and both of us stilled when we saw what lay behind. Dead soldiers, everywhere. Ian immediately pulled out his sword. "Elora, stay here." "Fuck off! I'm not staying anywhere." I did the same, pulling out the ice sword that Bastian had asked me to carry. He gave me an irritated look, but didn't have time to berate me, so he moved on. He climbed up the steps, finding more of the dead along the way. The castle was silent, so the attackers had been killed. Or they had already killed everyone else. We made it to the next floor and found Commander Dawson dead on the stairs. Fuck, this was not good. We moved further up and stilled at the sight. Queen Rolfe was on her knees. A blade pressed so hard against her throat she bled a few drops. Her head was held high even though she was confined to the floor, and her eyes were still as steely and cold as ever. I'd never seen the man holding her hostage before, but I knew who he was. One of the 3 kings. Because he had wings. They were folded against his body, but not completely tucked away. He'd flown right into Heartholme without anyone noticing, and had taken the queen by the throat. Neither one of us knew what to do. We were both in such shock. The king was garbed in armor similar to ours, most of his skin hidden from view. But he had hard features just like Bastian. High cheekbones, sunken eyes, a jawline clenched tight. He was taller and bigger than Ian, and that was terrifying, considering my brother was a pretty big guy. Even 2 against 1, we didn't stand a chance. Queen Rolfe spoke despite the cut it caused to her throat. "Run, now!" Ian was rooted to the spot. So was I. Queen Rolfe spoke again. "Ian, that's an order." He ignored her pleas. "Release her." With unblinking eyes, he stared. "Open the gates." It was either the discomfort of the blade or the fear for her son's life that caused her breaths to deepen. Ian kept his eyes on Necrosis. "I will if you let her go." "No." She sucked in a hard breath when he pressed the blade harder into her neck. "Open the gate first." His voice was deep like a man's, but it had an animal quality to it, like a wolf that had learned to speak but couldn't quite master it. "Ian," blood dripped down her neck, "I'd rather die. So let him kill me and run." If only I could sink my blade into his flesh, this would all be over. Regardless of how powerful he was, my blade should be more powerful. But her body blocked every good shot. Ian's intellectual ability was completely compromised by the situation. He saw his mother in duress, and all he could do was respond emotionally. I didn't blame him. But it was bad for all of us. "I'll open the gate." He backed away. Queen Rolfe started to fight her restraints as if she were trying to get killed. "No, don't let them in, Ian." The king shut her up by slicing her across the cheek. Another one stepped out of the hallway, another king. Now it was 2-on-2. We didn't stand a chance. The second one moved toward us and stopped, as if he expected us to lead the way to the gate. Ian backed away, and so did I. Queen Rolfe started to weep. "I'm not worth it. I'm not worth what they'll do to our people." We stepped out of the room and took the stairs, the enormous Necrosis hot on our tail. We made it outside into the darkness and kept going. "She's right," I said quietly. "We can't do this." Ian ignored me, walking quickly. "She wouldn't want this." With singular focus, he set his determination on the gate and nothing else. "I didn't help her before. I can't do that again." Huntley had told me the story years ago. They were just boys. Huntley stayed behind and Ian ran for it, altering their bond with their mother forever. Huntley became the favorite, the revered one, and Ian was always second best. "It's not the same thing, Ian. They're going to kill her anyway." I glanced behind me, seeing the king still following us. "I know this is hard. She's my mother. She would do it for me. I don't think she would." I knew she'd sacrifice either one of her sons for the sake of her people. One for the many. "We don't know what's waiting outside the gate, but it's not good. We can't do this. I made up my mind." We moved down to the gate where the soldiers were prepared for war. The king hung back, trying to escape everyone's notice. Ian raised his head and gestured to the men. "Raise the gate." I couldn't believe this was happening. "Ian, we might be able to take him." "We don't know how he communicates. He might tell the other one to kill her." "He's going to kill her anyway, don't you understand that?" The soldiers didn't listen, so Ian made the request again. "I said, open the gate, now." "I understand what happened in the past is really shitty, but this isn't what she wants. This isn't a test." The doors started to open. Now it was too late. 12 Necrosis entered on horseback, fully armored. At least it wasn't the entire army. As they drew closer, I recognized the one in the lead. My heart did a somersault as it sank, and once it hit the bottom of my stomach, it sent tremors throughout my body. The shock overwhelmed me. All I could do was stare. Bastion dropped from his horse, as did the others. Then he walked forward, right past me, and moved toward the castle. He didn't turn his head to acknowledge me, as if he didn't even know I was there. Ian turned to look at me, derision heavy in his face. He didn't say a single word, but he didn't need to. The punch from his fist hit me right in the cheek without him moving an inch. He was so pissed off he could strangle me right now. I averted my gaze. For the first time in my life, I was ashamed. Truly ashamed. We were escorted back to the castle, which was now fully under necrosis rule. Queen Rolfe was still on her knees with the blade held to her throat, her eyes now glazed over in defeat. She didn't look at us as we entered, like she really didn't care whether she lived or died at this point. Bastian was there, speaking to the other king. Haldir has left necrosis with the army. They'll be here shortly, Kronos. Kronos, the second king, nodded. They'll walk through the open gates and have their feast. Unable to mobilize against the enemy, the runes would have no choice but to fend for themselves. But that wouldn't last long. Not when they were overrun and cornered with nowhere to go. Gods, please help us. Queen Rolfe cringed on her knees, feeling the pain of her own people. Ian stepped forward. You said you would let her go. The king holding the knife to her throat stared at Ian for a few seconds. He was the third king, a king that hadn't been named yet. He gave a slight smile before he removed the blade from her throat and kicked her in the back. The queen fell forward and didn't catch herself. You'll watch Heartholm fall, and then we'll eat each one of you. My eyes flicked to Bastian, although he didn't deserve my stare. His look was elsewhere, pretending I wasn't in the room even though I was just a few feet away. Queen Rolfe got to her feet, and the first thing she did was slap Ian across the face. There was enough force in her hit that his head turned with it. How dare you? Ian kept his head turned as he breathed hard, as if he couldn't look at her. I'd rather die 1,000,000 times for Heartholm than betray it. She slapped him again. How dare you take that away from me? How dare you do this to our people? The fallout took the attention of everyone in the room, including Bastian. It gave me a moment to pull out my dagger and tuck it into my sleeve near my wrist. The only way to save Heartholm was to kill every person in this room, including Bastian. The dagger was reinforced with a concentrated dose of ice. It would take out Bastian and the others in a single strike. But I wasn't sure about Kronos and the third king. I was going for it. Kronos issued his orders. Secure them in the castle grounds. I want them to watch. The third king moved forward and grabbed Queen Rolfe again, restraining her arms behind her back. Another necrosis moved for Ian. Thankfully, Bastian stayed with Kronos. And another necrosis moved for me, his skin dark with hunger. I ignored him and moved for the third king, because his death was more important than the other two necrosis. I gripped the hilt and stabbed the dagger deep into his flesh, right in his torso, where it would pierce him the easiest. There was a collective pause in the room, as if no one could believe what had just happened. I didn't hesitate before I stabbed him again. He still stood and released an angry breath. That was when chaos broke out. Ian took out the necrosis on him with his sword, and Queen Rolfe broke free from the third king's hold. She was weaponless, so she attacked the necrosis that came after me with her bare fists. I stabbed the third king again, hoping he would die this time. He went weak, his knees collapsing. Yes! I stabbed him again, and that was when he fell. 1 down, 2 to go. Kronos was on me, moving so swiftly my eyes couldn't even follow him. His face came into my vision, and then everything went dark. I felt no pain, but I knew he'd hit me so hard that the world turned black.
Chapter 28. Ian. The chairs were anchored in place with heavy pieces of stone, and our wrists were bound to the armrests with chains that wouldn't break. Our ankles were locked together too, making us completely immobile. Bastian had been the one to do it. While Necrosis held us down, he secured each of us in place, giving us no wiggle room at all. I'd never felt more hatred for someone in my life. I hated him more than Kronos somehow. I hated him more than every Necrosis combined. I knew I was right about you, motherfucker. He ignored me and checked my mother's restraints. I may die, but my brother will come for you. He walked off without looking back, leaving me to simmer in my rage. Kronos had taken Alora's unconscious body into another room, and then we were escorted outside the castle. I didn't know what he was going to do to her, and I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to think about anything. Reality was just too much. Defeated, my mother just sat there, looking across Hardhome to the gate that remained open, welcoming our attackers with open arms. Huntley's coming. She was silent. He'll save us like last time. I know he will. Once Necrosis walks through those open doors, it'll be over. No amount of dragon fire will be able to fix it. Not unless we burn our own people as much as theirs. Her voice was lifeless, as if she were just a hollow shell at this point. Her eyes were straight ahead, nowhere near me. You should have let me die, and you should have died warning our men what's to come. I had to save you. She turned to look at me. Don't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, Ian. Huntley is coming. I'm not going to let you die when he's going to save us all. We can't rely on that, Ian. He could be dead for all we know. But I know he's not, I said. I have faith. She looked ahead once more. I didn't save you before, and I've regretted that every day since. Her eyes briefly closed. There was nothing you could do. There was nothing Huntley could do, but he stayed. And I wish he hadn't. I'd never said the words to her before, and if we were about to die, may as well speak them now. You've always preferred Huntley over me, and not because he's your firstborn. It's because you're forever bonded by that day, and I'm just the coward who tried to save my own neck. She was quiet for a long time, letting me choke on the silence. There's no preference, Ian. Your brother saw the version of me that I'm most ashamed of. He witnessed a trauma that doesn't escape my thoughts or my dreams. I pity myself, and then when I look at him, I pity him too. Yes, we're bound, but not in the way that I want. I wish he'd run that night. I wish he hadn't had to see me like that. I stared ahead, trying to block her sorrow from my heart. I'm sorry if I've ever made you feel lesser than. If I've ever shown your brother preference, it's because he shares your father's likeness. I've never remarried, and that's because he's my one and only. Looking at your brother's face is like a breath of fresh air. It gives me courage when I have none. It gives me peace in more. I stared all the way down through the open gates, seeing the fields beyond, hoping for a dragon to appear in the sky. You served Hardhome well in my absence. You've taken care of the outpost for years. You've been a great son, Ian. I know your father would be proud of you. I'm proud of you as well. And I'm sorry I didn't make that more known. Her praise meant a lot to me, especially since I'd never heard it before. She always expected the best. That was her minimum standard. So if I met it, there was no need for praise. Thank you. I love you, son. It was hard to say it back, especially since it felt as if what she was really saying was goodbye. I love you too, Mother.
Chapter 29. Elora. When I woke up, I realized I was chained down to a bed. My eyes opened, everything that had just happened hitting me at once. And then I focused on the face hovering above me. Kronos. My wrists pulled at the chain so hard the metal cut into my wrists. The sweat poured off me a second later, causing a burn so deep it made me cringe. I'll kill you just like your little friend, motherfucker. I yanked hard again, and my body was tugged back to the bed. Kronos stared with a hard expression, not moving, just like a statue. I knew my dagger had been confiscated, and with just my bare hands, there was nothing I could do, even if I were free. I was going to die. And not just die, but lose my soul, too. His stare continued. "What the fuck do you want from me?" I yelled, hoping my voice carried to anyone who might be able to help me. His hand suddenly reached for my hair, as if to caress it like a lover. I jolted away. "Don't fucking touch me!" "You remind me of Halder's wife, Avis. Painstakingly beautiful. Fuck. But she doesn't possess your strength. Your fight." I'd just killed his brother, and he was coming on to me? A fight that will kill you. Without your little dagger, there's nothing you can do to me. He smiled. Where did you get it? I played dumb. What? Don't drop your feistiness now. Tell me where you got the ice. Bastion had abandoned me to this torture. He'd lied straight to my face and betrayed me, my family. I'd stuck out my neck for him when Ian wanted to kill him, and he'd made me look like a fool. I should tell the truth and get him killed. But for whatever reason, I couldn't. Ice? I don't even know what that is. His face quickly tightened into a look of rage. Tell me. I found the dagger at a plunderer outpost, all right? That's all I know. His narrowed eyes scrutinized my face, tried to catch the lies in my eyes. I seemed to have passed his test because he didn't press me. We have two options. I can feast on your soul and have the most exquisite meal of my life. Or I can turn you, and you can be the second queen. In either case, I lost my soul. If I were alone, that revelation would bring me to tears. Ian was probably already dead. Queen Rolfe had been eaten, no doubt. I was the last one left, and when Huntley arrived, he would see that he'd lost everything. Kill me. I'd rather die than be bound to you. The most difficult part about this was the helplessness. I couldn't even fight back. I just had to lie there and wait for the end. His eyes shifted back and forth between mine as the anger tightened the corners of his eyes. He straightened his back, and he continued his stare down at me. You will be the second queen. I just told you to kill me. Death would be a waste for someone as beautiful as you. Now I wished I had my own dagger just to stab myself straight through the heart. I fought against the chains to break free, to slit my own wrists, to work my body so hard that I collapsed. His enormous palm flattened against my chest, and he pinned me in place. No! I tried to buck him off. He was so strong that it was no use. It was like fighting a mountain. Fuck you! His eyes glazed over before they brightened and turned a deep blue. They glowed as if lit from within, as if he were in some kind of trance. His body was stiff as stone, and he held me in place, the magic making my body weak. It had already begun. Then, a blade tip appeared straight out of his chest from behind. The blood oozed out, blue-gray like the ocean on a cloudy day. I stilled in fright when I saw it, unsure what was going on. What in the gods? The blade was pulled out and stabbed back in, hitting him in a different spot. It was Ian. My brother had come for me. Kronos was still for a moment, processing the stab wounds that made his body bleed. He was in as much shock as I was, probably because he had been in the middle of performing a trance. He jerked upright and turned on his assailant. "Kill this motherfucker, Ian!" Kronos pulled the knife out of his own body and attacked. I couldn't see past his body because he was a foot taller than the average man. Their bodies struck the wall, and then fists were flying. Kronos threw Ian's body across the room until he hit the opposite wall with a loud thud. Ian righted himself quickly. But it wasn't Ian at all. It was Bastion. Kronos came at him with the bloody knife and aimed for his throat. No, Bastion ducked at the last minute and maneuvered out of the way. Kronos pivoted back toward him. "You're a servant to the Three Kings. Bow, so I may take your life." He came at him again, with a speed I couldn't even follow with my eyes. I fought the chains to be free, but they were locked in place. "Don't you fucking die, Bastion!" Bastion kept dodging and moving, sidestepping the blade at the very last second. With just one hit, he would be gone forever. The fight continued in the room until they disappeared into the hallway. Now, all I could hear was the sound of heavy footsteps, of bodies slamming into walls, an ongoing fight with no end in sight. Helpless, I just lay there, my eyes closed even though I couldn't see anything anyway. "Bastion, please." The sounds stopped. It was quiet. The fight was over. "Bastion?" My weak voice pierced the silence, afraid of the echo that would come back at me. Nothing. "Bastion?" Tears already formed in my eyes because I knew the outcome without seeing it. "No." Footsteps sounded as they approached the room, the gate slow, like the victor was deeply injured. It must be Kronos, still bleeding from his stab wounds, and once he rounded the corner, he would finish me off. A hand gripped the door frame before he came into view. Bastion. Beaten and bloody, he was hardly recognizable, but he was alive. Gods! The sight of me seemed to invigorate him because he moved to the bed at a much quicker pace and got the chains free. I was on him right away, my arms wrapped around him tightly. "Are you okay?" Like he wasn't injured at all? He grasped me tightly, his chin on my head. "I'm fine, Alora." I pulled away and examined his face, seeing the dark bruising around his eyes, the blue blood that dripped from his beaten eyebrow and the cut in his cheek. What happened? Haldir had already sent the other kings to Heart home by the time I arrived. He dispatched me to join them. There was no way I could have given you a warning because we don't communicate with messenger birds. I had to play along until the time was right. Now I felt like shit for assuming the worst. When I saw the look on your face, I wanted to die. I dropped my eyes. "I'm sorry I didn't have more faith in you." His hand brushed my hair away, with the same gentleness as the day he left. "Haldir is marching here with necrosis as we speak. We need to prepare before they arrive. We'll need the dragons. If they aren't here, we won't stand a chance against Haldir. Huntley will be here, I said with a nod. Let's go to work. He moved off the bed. I grabbed his arm and kept him in place. He stared at me, his eyes searching my face. I love you. When I didn't tell Cronus the truth about the ice, I knew. I'd hated myself for it because I'd given my heart to a man I'd thought didn't deserve it. It was a moment of heartbreak rather than joy. But now it was a moment I would never forget. He stared at me for a while before he gripped my face and kissed me. I love you too. The 12 necrosis who accompanied Bastion weren't the 12 he'd originally intended to bring. So we had to kill them all. It was easy for Bastion to sneak up on each one and slip the dagger between their ribs. They crumpled one by one, and the castle was back to pure silence. We made it outside and found Ian and Queen Rolfe sitting side by side, chained to the chairs outside the castle. The necrosis that guarded them were killed from behind by Bastion. I got to Ian and started to remove his chains. Elora! His voice picked up in excitement. What's going on? How did you escape? Him. I nodded to Bastion, who was loosening the chains around the queen. Ian looked over and paled when he saw Bastion. What? He killed Kronos and the others, I said. The only reason I'm alive is because he saved me. Once my brother was free, he was instantly on his feet. So the 2 kings are gone? Yes, I said. We killed all the necrosis too. Queen Rolfe was on her feet and already giving orders. Elora, fetch me my blade. I grabbed it for you. I held it out to her in the scabbard. A momentary glimpse of gratitude entered her features before she secured the blade to her belt. Ian, take care of the gate. Ian shielded his eyes and squinted. They're closing the gate. They are? I asked, turning to follow his stare. Bastion returned to my side. Necrosis has arrived. Prepare for battle. Go back to the forge? I asked incredulously. And do what? Queen Rolfe was rounding up the army and deploying them outside the city, while Ian took care of the men behind the wall. Without Commander Dawson, we'd lost another leader to guide the soldiers. Ian grew irritated, wanting to focus on other things besides my protest. Make more weapons. There's no more ice. Then make regular weapons. Ian, I've made more than we'll ever need. I belong here, in battle. No. No? I snapped. Who killed the 3rd king? If Queen Rolfe can fight among her men, so can I. She's a lot better than you. Then fight me right now. See what happens. Before Ian could yell at me, a hand gripped me by the shoulder. I'll look after her. Ian turned his stare on the man he hadn't fully accepted. You want your woman out here? We've got the biggest army ever marching on Heartholm. And we need every person possible if we want to make it through the night, Bastion said. If anyone wants to fight for their home, they should have the right. This battle only has 2 outcomes, life or extinction. There will never be another opportunity to fight necrosis. This is it. We either win or we perish. Ian drew a deep breath before he shifted his gaze to me. Ian, I know you want to protect me, but you can't this time, I said. We've got too much at stake. He released a heavy sigh, like he didn't know what to do. No offense, man, but you look like shit. He looked at Bastion again. It looks worse than it feels, he said. Besides, I've got all that adrenaline from killing the 2nd king. Ian shook his hand. Protect her. Because I can't. With my life. He returned the gesture, then stepped back. Ian gave me a final hug before he walked off and got back to work. Right away, he started to bark out orders, telling the men to prepare the cannons, directing the archers to position the barrels of ice arrows. Bastian examined the closed gate for a moment, seeing Queen Rolfe organizing our army to fight outside the gates. "What are you thinking?" He was quiet for a long time, as if he hadn't heard me. "Haldir isn't going to stay on the field with the others. He's going to come straight here, for your queen. I made sure she has one of the strongest blades. I admire Queen Rolfe for her bravery, but all the courage in the world won't be enough to defeat him. I doubt she'll survive. I wouldn't underestimate her. I'm a skilled fighter, and I'm necrosis, and he almost ripped my head off my shoulders." He turned to look at me, his bruised face solemn. "I'm the one who should fight him. We have the dragons for that. We can't depend on that, Alora, not until they're here. Well, I can help you. No. 2 is better than 1. I'm not letting you anywhere near him. But you can grab a bow and shoot him with ice." I nodded in agreement. "That's a good plan. Hopefully we can kill him before his horde breaches the gate." "What makes you so certain they will?" A foot taller than me, he had to tilt his head down to examine. The coldness in his eyes didn't come from his heart, but his sense of hopelessness. "Because there's way more necrosis than last time." Heartholm was prepared for war. The archers lined the walls with all the ice arrows I could make. Soldiers were on the ground outside the gate, ready to fight the necrosis that broke through the volley of arrows. Commander Dawson had been slain, so Ian took his place and issued our orders throughout the castle. Queen Rolfe was still and silent, as calm as she looked when she sat upon her throne. Night had fallen, and that was when we knew they were coming. I thought the last battle of Heartholm would be our final one, but I hadn't been nearly as nervous as I was now. There was a lot on the line, not just my family, but the man I loved, and his soul. The breeze moved across my face, but not over my hair like it usually did. I pulled it back into a bun, something I almost never did, because I couldn't afford a single mistake. Queen Rolfe had her thick hair interwoven with feathers, wound into a long braid down her back. It was elegantly done, but it was also functional. The black armor fit her body perfectly, covering every vulnerability but keeping its fluidity at the same time. She stood there with her hands together at her waist, waiting for the battle to arrive on her doorstep. The scout called from the wall. "They're coming!" The bonfires in the field lit up their approach. "How many?" Ian called. The scout stared for so long it didn't seem like he'd say anything. "Too many to count. Fuck." Queen Rolfe had no reaction to that. "I don't care how many there are. All we must do is buy ourselves enough time for Huntley and Ivory to join us. They'll light the skies with fire, burn their corpses to ash. I have no doubt my son, King of Kingdoms, will save us all." An hour later, they crossed the field outside the closed gates, and Ian ordered the first line of arrows. "Make every arrow count! Fire!" The archers fired off their first line of arrows. I was down below with Bastian, so I didn't see the effect of the ice. My eyes were on Ian at the wall, and his lack of disappointment told me the arrows did their job. Bastian stood several feet behind the queen. "She knows." "What?" "She knows he's coming for her." I stared at the backside of the queen, seeing her standing there with her sword in her hands, the tip of the blade against the pavers at her feet. Her head was tilted back slightly, her focus on the dark sky. Bastian unsheathed his blade. "Get ready. Do you see something?" "No. But once he sees that Heartholm has defeated his brothers, he'll strike when we least expect it, so expect it always." He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and watched the sky just the way she did. The sounds of battle heightened as time went on. The archers continued to fire their arrows until the barrels were empty. I had the last barrel nearby, just in case we needed them within Heartholm. The sound of shouts and screaming became audible as our soldiers charged forward to the sea of necrosis that waited for them. I closed my eyes because it was too much. Come on, Huntley! The longer he took, the more runes would die. The screams of bloodlust disappeared, replaced by the screams of the slain. I could feel the loss already. Without looking over the edge of the wall, I imagined what it looked like. An endless sea of necrosis, 10 to every one of us, a battle we could never win. Not unless the dragons came. My breath started to increase as the anxiety flooded into my blood. While everyone else felt adrenaline, I just felt terror. Everyone I loved was about to die. "Haldir approaches." He said the words clearly, loud enough for Queen Rolfe to hear. I looked up into the darkness but didn't see anything. "Get back, Alora." He grabbed my arm and gave me a hard shove. Haldir came with the speed of a falcon, diving down straight for Queen Rolfe. It happened so fast she didn't even register it. Bastian gave her a hard shove, getting her out of the way before Haldir could grab her in his arms. He lost his momentum slightly and fell to the earth with a thud that was louder than the battle over the wall. Bastian didn't give him a chance to rise. He swung his sword down and struck him in the shoulder, trying to hit him in the small opening between the plates of his armor. I snapped into action and readied my bow. The barrel of ice arrows was next to me, and I knocked one to the string. I was a good shot, but instead of firing right away, I shifted the aim of my arrow left and right, their movements so quick. Bastian and Haldir were locked in an exchange of blows that I could barely witness. There was a strike, a block, a combination of hits and spins that I couldn't see, let alone anticipate. Bastian held his own despite the bruising and exhaustion of his body. His eyes were focused, hardly blinking. Haldir kicked him in the chest, sending Bastian flying back. Haldir finally stilled for a moment. And that was when I fired an arrow at his neck. It sank right into his flesh. He made a slight jerk before his head snapped in my direction. He spotted me a distance away, and the coldness that settled on his face was far more terrifying than the other kings. Bastian was back on his feet, moving into his line of sight to block me from view. Haldir turned his attention back to Bastian. "I spare your life, and this is how you repay me. You killed me. I gave you immortality." He was a different breed, a foot taller than Bastian, with a voice deep and sinister. If a wolf could speak, that was exactly how it would sound. "I gave you the power of the gods. You took my soul and my afterlife. No need for an afterlife if this one never ends." He spun the sword around his throat and came for Bastian. "I'll finish what I started, and then I'll take the woman you're trying so hard to protect." That spurred Bastian on, and he attacked with a new series of blows. Sword struck sword, the blue color of his ice blade slicing through the night. Punches were thrown to force the other one off balance. Bastian got a hard elbow to the face that made blood burst from his nose. But he didn't miss a beat as he kept going. Watching them locked in battle made me realize Bastian was right. I didn't stand a chance. I put another arrow to the string and tried to focus my aim. The men were moving so quickly that I couldn't get an opening. The other soldiers that jumped in to help were pushed back by Haldir, flying through the air and hitting the wall. I fired an arrow, but it missed. It hit the wall and shattered. Damn it! Haldir executed an impressive combo, hitting Bastian's blade repeatedly, and then struck him so hard he flew into the air and landed on the other side of the battlefield. He didn't get up. I lowered my bow and stared at Bastian's crumpled body, unsure if he was alive or dead. "Bastian!" My path to him was blocked. by Haldir. He came right at me, his blade swinging, a grotesque sneer across his face. There was no time to be terrified, no time to scream. I put that arrow to the string and fired. It struck him in the neck. I fired again, standing my ground because there was no escape. Closer and closer he came until we were just feet apart. I kept firing. Die, motherfucker! He issued a horrible laugh and lifted his sword to strike me down. I turned to roll away from the hit, but the blow never came. I turned back, seeing Queen Rolfe forcing him back with her spinning blade. She was my height, so several feet shorter than the man I would describe as a monster. But she spun her sword with such fury that she looked twice his height. I couldn't believe it. Once Haldir recovered from the shock, he returned with his own offense, coming down hard. Queen Rolfe used her shield to block his hits, because the strength with just her sword wouldn't be enough. He hit her over and over again, driving her back the way she'd come. I got back to work with the bow and knocked an arrow to the string. It was hard to get a shot, not when Queen Rolfe was constantly in the way. She was getting tired, I could tell. I'd never seen her strength tested like this. Even though Bastion would be livid with me, I dropped the bow and unsheathed my own blade. I charged forward. No! Queen Rolfe shoved me aside and sent me to the dirt as she continued to fight. I got up and came again, trying to slice my blade into the opening between his torso and his hip. He struck my blade down and punched me so hard across the face, I hit the earth. I couldn't roll out of the way, not when the world was spinning, not when I couldn't feel my hands or feel my face. Then, I saw her on top of me, blocking the blade that was meant for me. Her arms shook as she held back the weight, but she was losing. Her blade shook in her hand as he lowered them toward her, as Haldir forced the blade back toward her neck. I grabbed my dagger and stabbed it into his leg. He roared as the blade sank into the flesh of his knee, and he lost his force for just an instant. It was enough for Queen Rolfe to get back to her feet. But Haldir spun and stabbed his sword directly through her armor, right into her stomach, and impaled her straight through. Everything stopped. Went still. I must have gone deaf because I didn't hear a thing. She stood there with a brave look on her face, doing her best not to shuffle left or right, to face her death with as much bravery as she could. Her knees buckled, and she lowered herself to the ground, her breaths becoming deeper and harsher. Haldir stared down at her, his grin disgusting. No! I reached for my sword on the ground, but I knew I would never make it in time. Haldir pulled out his sword and prepared to swipe her head clean from her shoulders. Queen Rolfe looked him in the eye, unafraid. Huntley, your son won't save you. He stood over her and readied the sword. No. She could barely speak. Her head turned slightly left as her chin rose, looking at the sky behind him. But he's here to save everyone else. Roar. Huntley dropped from the sky out of nowhere and landed straight on Haldir, just as Queen Rolfe collapsed.
Chapter 30. Huntley. I recognized Haldir from the sky, saw his large form exchange blows with none other than my mother. Queen Rolfe took up her blade to a foe she could never defeat, but she did it anyway, did it for her people. The army of Necrosis was far bigger than I ever anticipated, no fewer than 100,000. This wasn't an army meant to conquer. It was one to destroy. The teeth approached from the east, catching part of Necrosis off guard. But it wasn't enough to distract from the front. Even with 2 dragons, this battle would rage on for quite some time. Tell Ivory to protect the wall.
Yes.
We flew over the castle, and that was when I saw my mother fall. The blade stabbed her deep, right through the abdomen. My hands went so weak I lost my grip on the pommel and nearly fell off. Storm redirected his body to catch me so I wouldn't spiral to the earth. No! She fell to her knees and looked up, as if she knew I was there. Dive! Storm dived his body down and headed straight for the earth. She dropped to her knees, and Haldir moved farther over her, ready to saw her head off her body. Storm lifted at the very last minute so I could jump off and straight on to Haldir. Tell Ivory what's happened. I fell through the air and landed right on his large body, making him drop to his knees and crumple to the stone pavers that lined the city. His body broke my fall, and I took advantage of the moment to stab my dagger straight into his neck over and over. He released a roar and threw me off, sending me several feet away. Huntley! My mother fell back, moving to her side to avoid the blade through her midsection. Adrenaline as hot as lava sparked in my veins and gave me strength that I'd never felt before. Haldir had been a ferocious opponent that challenged decades of skill, but he suddenly seemed inconsequential. I had rage on my side, rage that couldn't be defeated by his smug grin. Sorry for your loss, Your Majesty. He spun his blade around his wrist. I charged and performed a flurry of hits, striking his bracers, then dropping to hit his greaves. I ducked several times and avoided the swing of his blade before I rose up and slammed my fist so hard into his face, I heard the crack of his cheek. I kicked him back, then slammed my sword on his bracers, cutting through the surface and revealing skin below. Huntley! Alora slid her sword across the ground to me. Take my sword! There was no time for questions, so I abandoned mine and took hers. It felt lighter than mine, and the blade sliced through the air as if it was as thin as a hair. Elora ran behind him to a man who had fallen near the wall. Haldir circled me, his eyes combing my body for weakness. The dragons roared into the night, their streams of fire lighting up the sky. You lost, asshole. I waited for him to charge, knowing he was waiting for the perfect moment. You fucking lost, and you know it. Queen Rolfe is dead. He did a fancy swish with his sword. I'm just getting started. With that, he lunged, his sword clanking against mine, hitting me so hard it looked like there were sparks. Back and forth we went, striking and hitting, headbutting each other when we became too close. My body was tired, but the adrenaline was so strong that nothing could slow me down. I wouldn't stop until this motherfucker was dead. Pyre came out of nowhere and grabbed Haldir by the shoulders. He slammed him down over and over, treating his body like a dead chicken, and then tossed him aside like his neck had been broken. Fuck yeah, Pyre. I rushed in, going for Haldir when Pyre was done. Ivory slid off Pyre and rushed straight for my mother. Pyre took off, back to burning necrosis outside the wall. Haldir rolled away and got back to his feet, as if being thrashed by a dragon had little effect on his body. He came at me again, his blade marking my bracers, scratching up my armor, denting it in as he got closer to the skin. Ah! Ian came from behind and stabbed his blade deep in the back of Haldir's leg. When he let out a scream, I charged forward and struck him right in the chest. He punched me hard in the face, then spun around to Ian, throwing him off like he weighed nothing. We were both back on him, the two of us taking on Haldir together. Ian possessed the same rage I did, seeing our mother stabbed clean through. There was no amount of strength or skill that Haldir could possess that would challenge the fury drowning our hearts. We came at him hard, came at him together. Ian got Haldier's left bracer off and sliced his blade over the skin, drawing blue blood.
How do you like that, bitch?
I kicked him hard in the chest, denting the plate that protected him. I knew I'd hit it hard enough when his breaths didn't come as easily. It made the connection to his shoulder loose, so I stabbed my blade right through it. Ian stabbed him again from the rear, issuing a maniacal laugh.
Fuck off!
Wait! Elora ran over, rope in her hands. I knocked Haldier's blade from his hands and watched him fall to his knees. Don't kill him! She gave part of the rope to Ian. I had no idea what was going on. Elora? Ian immediately bound his wrists behind his back and secured them. Then he pushed him over and did the ankles. When Haldier tried to resist, Elora stomped on his face with her boot. What the fuck are you doing? I asked, unsure what the hell I was seeing. Ian kept going with the rope, tying his wrists and ankles together, wrapping the bonds all the way around his body so he could barely breathe. Elora kicked him in the face again, this time knocking him out cold. Huntley! Ivory called for me. I wanted this motherfucker dead, but I trusted Ian and Elora knew what they were doing. I ran to Ivory, positioned on top of my mother, who had gone pale in the face. Once I was close to her, the sadness was like a kick to the chest. Mother, I'm here. My son. She clasped my hand with hers, tears in her eyes. My king. Tears already burned my eyes because this was the final goodbye. Mother. I need your help. Ivory had her pack open, her essentials inside. I know this is hard, but I need you to pull out the blade in one single movement. On my mark. You can heal her? I don't know, she said. I have an idea, but it might not work. My mother's eyes remained on me, her hand squeezing mine. All right, let me know when you're ready. I had to release her hand, and it was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. I gripped her shoulder and grasped the hilt, ready to yank it out. Ivory closed her eyes and pressed her hands around the wound. She went still, sitting that way for a long time. The battle continued over the wall, shouts and cries spilling into the night. The dragons roared and burned necrosis below, leading the runes to release shouts of victory. I held my patience as Ivory focused, studying my mother's body so she could heal it as quickly as possible once the blade was out. If she didn't move quick enough, my mother would bleed out and die. Ian kneeled next over her, clasping her hand in his, tears in his eyes. I'm sorry I didn't stop him. Son, I give you heart home. I know you'll take care of our people and rule with love in your heart. He bowed his head, his breaths coming out shaky. I love you. A small smile moved onto her lips. And I you. Now, Ivory said. I pulled out the blade in a swift movement. Ivory pressed her hands into my mother's abdomen and focused, her palms becoming bloody with the life that spilled out of her wounds. Mother looked at both of us, like she'd never been so happy to see her sons. I'm so proud of you both. Ivory continued to work, hunched over my mother's body as she put all her insides back together, attached the sinew, the tissue, the arteries. Minutes passed before she opened her eyes again and removed something from the contents of her pack. She emptied a bottle and poured it over the wound before she grabbed the cotton and began to wrap it around her midsection. Is she going to be okay? I asked, needing that answer. Ivory didn't look at me. I did everything I could. It's out of my hands now. She needs to rest. We'll know in the morning. Haldir was locked away in a cell while we finished the battle. All the soldiers who could fit on the wall watched the dragons fly over necrosis and burn the ones that remained. All the runes in the city piled up on the hills, on the outskirts, watching the fire streak across the sky and burn their enemies to the ground. Once it was safe, we opened the gates so our men outside could retreat, but half of them had been lost in the attack. It took the rest of the night and part of the morning for the last necrosis to be destroyed or chased off. Pyre and Storm took off to hunt down the ones that had managed to slip away, to make sure there were no more necrosis in this world that could turn anyone else. My mother had been taken to her chambers in the castle so she could get as much rest as possible. My home had been attacked for a second time. Ash was in the air just as it had been at the capital. The last month of my life had been spent fighting battle after battle, and I'd won every one. The fields outside Hardhome were either charred or still actively burning, and the stench of melted flesh was repugnant in the air. Ivory came to my side.
Pyre said they caught the last few that tried to escape. They're piling all the corpses onto the field now.
My helmet had been tossed away a long time ago, not sure where it had ended up. The sword Alora gave me was still in my scabbard. The sword I'd wielded for years had disappeared in the rubble. She studied the side of my face.
Are you all right, Huntley?
The softness in her voice made me turn to regard her. Thank you for healing my mother. As her eyes shifted back and forth between mine, they softened.
You know you don't need to thank me for that.
I lost my father in a brutal way. I want to lose my mother to old age. I want her hair gray and her skin wrinkled. I want her to pass in her sleep, in peace. After all her sacrifice, that's what she deserves.
And I think that'll still happen.
You do? I asked, my voice rising with hope. She nodded.
If she's made it this long, I think she'll pull through.
I knew my mother would die with honor if she passed that day, but I still didn't want that for her.
You have the blood of healers, so I think that's helped her as well.
Thank the gods. Her hand went to my arm and she looked me over, even though she couldn't see my flesh through my armor.
Are you okay?
I was bruised and battered everywhere. I could feel it in my bones, feel it in my muscles. Once this armor was off my body, she would see all the discoloration, all the stress my body had endured this past month. Once the dead were burned and Hardhome was safe, I wanted to retire to our home, to sleep in front of the fire and do nothing but make love all day. But now I had a kingdom to rule and another battle to fight.
Huntley.
I gave her a nod.
What about you?
I'm fine. The ash fell on her shoulders, having been caught in her long strands of hair. The sun had risen in the sky, but the ash was so thick it was just a haze of red. It brought out the color of her eyes, made them look as if they were on fire.
I think we should talk to Alora.
My thoughts had been on my mother with such intensity that I'd forgotten. You're right. We moved through the rubble until we found her, sitting on a rock beside a man I didn't recognize. His face was beaten and bloody, like he'd survived the battle of his life, and she was touching him gingerly, as if he was more than just a fallen soldier. Ivory stopped before we reached them. I stopped with her, my eyes studying her face.
I recognize him.
From where? I asked. She stared a moment longer before she looked at me.
After we were attacked by plunderers, in the forest.
My eyes narrowed. Necrosis? She nodded. I unsheathed my sword as I approached. Alora noticed my movements, and she was quick to rise to her feet.
Put that away, now.
That man you're doting on, I glanced at him past her shoulder, is necrosis.
Yes, I'm not an idiot.
She yanked the sword out of my hand and forced it back into the scabbard at my hip. Necrosis got to his feet, a foot taller than her, standing at my height. He would be a handsome man if he weren't cut and bruised everywhere. Bastion.
He didn't extend his hand to shake mine, which was smart.
We've all had a shitty day, so let me give you the short version of this. I'm your ally.
He's more than just our ally, Elora said. He gave us the ice to make all our weapons. He killed the second king. He saved my life. It took a long time to get Ian to come around, so don't make me start over with you. I watched my little sister's face, watched her basically threaten me without actually making a threat. Why would Necrosis betray his own kind?
Because I want my soul back, he said. And the only way to do that is to bring Haldir to the Bone Witch. I looked at him blankly, hardly understanding anything he said. Elora took over.
If we get her to remove the spell, it won't just release him, but it'll release anyone Haldir has ever turned. They'll get their souls back, and they'll be able to live the lives that were taken from them.
Now I understood why Ian had tied Haldir up rather than stabbed him through the chest. That was the deal you made, I said to myself more than anyone else. You gave us the ice in exchange for our help. Bastian gave a nod.
And as you can tell, we fell in love in the process.
I'd noticed it a mile away. That was why I still wanted to kill him.
So I need your help with this, Huntley, Elora said. I can't marry him if he doesn't have a soul. I can't have his children if he doesn't have a soul. My happiness depends on this.
She pleaded with me.
And I know you'll do anything for me.
The first thing I did was turn to look at my own wife, a woman whom no one had accepted from the beginning. She was the daughter of my greatest enemy, but that hadn't stopped me from falling to my knees. I hadn't stopped fighting for her, and I knew Elora wouldn't stop fighting either. I turned to look at her again. I'll help you. Her eyes immediately softened.
Thank you.
But if you want me to accept the man you love, you must accept the woman I love. Elora stiffened once she realized her request was met with a condition. A hint of guilt moved over her face, like she remembered all the horrible things she said to Ivory, things that were unwarranted. She is your half-sister, Elora. Elora finally turned to look at Ivory.
Look, I know we're related biologically, but I have no connection to my rapist father, so I'll never see you as my half-sister. No offense.
Ivory nodded.
None taken. But you're my sister-in-law, and I'd like us to be sisters in that way.
I hadn't expected my sister to say something like that, and clearly, Ivory hadn't either, judging by the look on her face.
I'm sorry I was such a bitch,
Elora said. Ivory couldn't stop the laugh from escaping her lips. Elora remained serious.
Now I know what it's like to love someone that everyone hates. And it sucks. It's fine, Ivory said. You aren't a bitch. Come on, I was a total bitch and we both know it, Elora said with a slight laugh. Thanks for being cool about it. I have a brother, so I know what it's like to be protective. Don't worry about it.
Elora looked at me again, expecting me to fulfill my end of the deal. I'll help you in whatever way I can, I said, but I don't have a lot of time. I need to return to the kingdoms and keep my promise to the dragons.
That's right, Elora said. King of kingdoms, how could I forget?
She had a teasing smile on her lips, like she would drown me in taunts when the time was right.
Let's wait until we know Queen Rolfe is well, then we'll depart. We all need to rest anyway.
She looked at Ivory again.
Thank you for healing her. Don't mention it,
Ivory said. I looked at Ivory. Let's wash up and then head to the castle. She nodded.
We've defeated Necrosis, but I feel like we didn't accomplish anything.
Because we've been fighting for so long without taking a breath, I said. It's just another battle to us. There's been no time to process any of it. We haven't even slept in the same bed for more than one night. And then my mother, unless she lives, and this will never feel like a victory. Chapter 31. Huntley. When Ivory and I stepped inside our home, it didn't feel the same. We'd only been gone for a few months, but several lifetimes had happened in that frame, and it felt as if I hadn't been inside this house for years. I placed my armor in the closet, took a bath, and then got dressed again. Ivory sat at the edge of the bed as she looked at me, her eyes raking over the bruising of my body. The discoloration was everywhere because I'd been going non-stop for weeks. Bruises were piled on top of bruises, like paint layers on top of paint layers in a portrait. I'm going to the castle.
Would you like me to go with you?
After long consideration, I shook my head. Get some sleep. She got to her feet and gave me a passionate kiss before she let me go. I gave her ass an automatic squeeze before I walked out. It was afternoon now, smoke still heavy in the sky. Soldiers were still at the wall, cleaning up the ash and what remained of the dead. Cannons had broken parts of our walls, and the rubble needed to be cleared away so the gate could work properly again. Horses were spooked and needed comfort after all the terrible things they'd seen. I made it into the castle and to her bedchamber at the top level. Asher usually greeted me, but he was dead now. When I'd lost my father, my world ended. I was a grown man with a wife, on the precipice of starting my own family. But if I lost my mother, my world would end again. I moved down the hallway and walked through the open door. She was in the bed, her hands folded together on her lap as if she were dead in a coffin. Her skin was still pale, hollows under her eyes. The blankets were piled high, and the fireplace crackled with heat like she was freezing cold. Ian was there, in a chair at her bedside. He leaned forward with his arms on his knees, still in his armor like he hadn't bathed before he'd come here. Lost in thought, he didn't seem to notice me standing there. I walked to his side and placed my hand on his shoulder. He stirred at the contact, his head cocking back to look up at me. The duress quickly evaporated, and he looked defeated once again. She hasn't woken up. Doesn't mean anything. I took the seat beside him. I'd be asleep too if I weren't so worried. Ian regarded her, releasing a heavy sigh as he did so. I fell into the role of older brother immediately, my hand on his shoulder, my body made to support his. I have faith in my wife. I have faith in our mother. He stayed quiet. She hasn't lasted this long just to give up in the end. Ian turned back to me. Not killing Haldir is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. My hand lowered from his shoulder. But I did it for Alora. I did it because Bastion has done so much for us. You honored your debt. You did the right thing. We both lapsed into a long silence, sitting there, bound by our sadness. We waited. Day had turned into night, and Ian had fallen asleep in the armchair. My eyes grew heavy too, my head tilting sideways as it became too heavy to hold up. I jerked awake, my eyes on my mother, disappointed that she still wasn't conscious. My eyes moved to her chest, waiting for it to rise with a breath, and once it did, I felt the rush of relief. I grabbed Ian and gave him a gentle shake. We should get some sleep. Ian blinked a few times, then stared at Mother, his disappointment as raw as mine. She's been asleep a long time. Her body needs to put all its energy into healing. We both gave her a final look before we stepped into the hallway. On the way, we ran into Alora.
How is she?
She was in her normal clothes now, trousers and a long-sleeved shirt, but her sword was still on her hip. Hasn't woken up yet, I said. We've been with her all day, Ian said. She's pale and cold, but she's breathing. Alora gave a nod.
I'll sit with her next. You guys get some rest.
She hugged each one of us, giving us a hard squeeze.
It's been so long since we've all been in the same room together.
We parted ways, and Ian and I walked through the streets, back to our homes.
A life without necrosis?
Ian surveyed Hardholm as we passed, looking at the buildings and the church in the center.
Hard to imagine.
It's how life should have always been.
You got the teeth to fight for us?
How did you manage that?
You can get a lot of shit done with 2 dragons. Saved hours of time normally spent on diplomacy. He chuckled.
Yeah, I bet.
What did you do to Klaus? What makes you think I did anything? Ian looked at me, the corner of his mouth up in a smirk.
Come on, Huntley, did you rip out his entrails and feed them to Storm? Or did you carve out his eyes and force him to eat them?
I looked forward. Just a good old-fashioned beheading.
Really? After what he did to Ivory?
I didn't have the time to torture him.
So now what?
He asked.
What will become of the teeth?
In exchange for their help, I granted them a truce. Ian didn't say anything, but his look said it all. Without necrosis as their ally, they're the minority. If they stick to their lands, they should be no trouble to the runes or anyone else.
They still gotta eat people.
They can eat animals.
Seriously, why don't you kill them all?
Because I'm just a king.
What if they attack us?
Ian said. So what if they do? I asked. What's that going to accomplish? Ian turned quiet when he knew I was right. And let's not forget, I'm their king now.
I guess.
I still have to fight a war in the north. Might need them anyway. He released a heavy sigh.
Oh, forgot about that.
The last frontier.
You have no idea what you're up against.
Be that as it may, I made a promise. I'm a man of my word.
Right,
Ian said.
I don't remember you keeping your word when you butchered Ivory's father.
I shot him a glare.
And not that I give a damn.
I would have lost these battles if it weren't for Pyre and Storm. I must honor my debt.
But what do we know about the North?
Ian asked.
Literally nothing. You're going into it blind.
Be that as it may.
It would be really shitty to make it this far only to be killed.
Let us celebrate our victory and rest. We can discuss this later. Ian shut his mouth and looked ahead. Our paths divided, and I entered the home where my wife was waiting for me. I walked up the stairs and found her asleep in bed, the fireplace now cold. I put on a few more logs and got the fire going again before I undressed and slid into the sheets beside her. Her eyes immediately opened to look at me, and her hand reached for my chest. She grabbed onto me and pulled her body across the mattress until she was right at my side, her head on my shoulder.
Is she awake?
No. She pressed a kiss to my shoulder.
Give it time.
I could feel her skin against mine, feel her completely naked figure as it pressed against me. It was an invitation, though one that I didn't have to acknowledge if I chose not to. But no matter my sorrow, her naked skin against mine was like a log to the fire. It burned me alive, formed an inferno in my belly. I rolled on top of her, my thick thighs separating hers, feeling her warm sex right against my hardness. I didn't even know when the arousal had emerged. Must have been the moment I stepped into the room with her. My arm slipped under her lower back, and I lifted her hips so I could slide inside her. Her eyes rolled back in her head momentarily, as always. For a moment, there was no stress on my shoulders. It was just me and Ivory, the other half of my soul. It was hard to believe there was a time when I didn't love her, when she meant nothing to me, when she was just good in the sack. Now my heart beat for hers and only hers, even before she was my wife. I'd die 1,000,000 times for her. She rocked with me, nails against my back, lips feeling mine.
I love you.
I wrapped her legs around my waist and smothered her neck with kisses. My hips continued to thrust as I sank deep inside. The passion was as hot as the fire in the hearth behind us. I love you too, baby.
Chapter 32. Elora. It was the first time I'd seen Queen Rolfe look weak. Her skin was so pale it seemed as if she'd been dead for hours. Even with the fire in the room, there was a chill that came from her cold bones. With her hands neatly folded on her chest, she looked ready to be buried in the cemetery alongside her fellow runes. I'd had a few hours of sleep, but that moment still felt as if it had just happened. Haldir chasing me down with a sword aimed at my neck. Queen Rolfe coming out of nowhere and saving my life. She held her own as long as she could, until she fell. I would be the one in that bed if it weren't for her, or maybe I'd be dead. I sat there for hours, wide awake because I'd slept all through the day. When I'd woken up, Bastian was still asleep, so I left him to continue to rest, and I went to the castle. Commander Dawson and Asher were both gone, along with all the guards that had served her for decades. Now the place didn't feel the same. It felt like a bloody battlefield. Hours later, her hand gave a twitch. So did her eyes. I sucked in a breath, then held it for seconds, hoping that my wish had come true. She inhaled a deep breath first before her arm moved across the sheet. Her face immediately became hard with tension, as if all the pain struck her now that she was conscious. She woke with a start, her eyes snapping open. I gave her a second to absorb her surroundings, to remember where she was and what had happened. Her eyes settled on me and remained there for a while, her quick breaths slowing once again. Then her eyes moved out the window to distinguish the time. It's the middle of the night. She shifted her body up against the headboard so she could sit up, cringing as she moved. We won. Yes. The dragons hunted down the necrosis that fled. Necrosis is extinct. Good. Vermin. She seemed back to her normal self. Huntley and Ian were here all day, but they couldn't keep their eyes open any longer. They should rest. They fought valiantly. What happened to Haldir? He's in the dungeons. We're going to take him to the Bone Witch to break the spell. But you said you killed all the necrosis. Bastian said there are some that still remain in their lands, including his sister. Despite what Haldir had done to her, she didn't seem angry about sparing his life. You're all right? Her question startled me. The silence trickled by. Yeah. I'm fine. Good. She was back to her curt responses and silent authority. It was hard to say the words out loud, and I wasn't sure why. Thank you for saving my life. With that, she looked away and ignored what I said. That hurt a lot more than I'd expected it to. Probably because I was vulnerable. Probably because it had felt as if there was something between us for the first time. Probably because it had felt as if she'd cared. For a fleeting moment. I'll let you get some rest, Elora. She turns back to me, the tension stark in her face. I'm sorry for the way I've treated you all these years. I wish I were stronger. I wish I could get his face out of my mind every time I look at you. My hands clutched together in my lap. It's not fair to you. You're a victim in this as much as I am. We'd never spoken of this, not once, not ever. Why did you keep me? She held my gaze, possessing Huntley's blue and domineering eyes. I didn't know who had fathered my child, my husband or my tormentor. Without knowing for certain, I couldn't take that route. So if you had known, you would have done it. She held my gaze for a long time. I don't know, Elora. Once I'd felt life in my womb, I'm not sure if I would have had the ability to snuff it out. After you were born, I took a look at your green eyes and knew exactly what you were. I'd prayed that I'd had one final gift from my husband. Another son or a daughter that I could love. But you weren't, so I was devastated. I put the blame on you, the person who wasn't responsible. The tears were held back because I refused to shed them, to look heartbroken. You're a lot like me, but I've always refused to see it. You're strong. You're brave. You're exactly the kind of daughter who would make me proud every single day. But because of the circumstances, I never acknowledged it. I dropped my eyes to my hands in my lap, needing to break eye contact to keep my composure. But that motherly instinct is still there. It was there when I raised you instead of abandoning you to an orphanage. It was there when I saw Haldir come down on you, and I put myself in harm's way. It's always been there. My breaths turned deep and uneven. It's hard to love the child that you were forced to have. It's hard to look in their eyes and see someone you don't love. I understand. I finally found the strength to speak. If it were me, I would have struggled too. A flash of softness moved into her eyes. You're wise enough to see my perspective. I act like I don't care, like it's never bothered me that I haven't had parents, but it has. I know. I don't know what I would have done without Huntley and Ian. They're good men, just like their father. I gave a nod. Wish I could have met him. He was a wonderful man. I still dream of him every night. A love that lived on after death. It reminded me of what I felt for Bastian. I want things to be different from now on. I lifted my chin and looked up at her. I can't love you like a daughter, not the way I love Huntley and Ian. I won't give you false hope. I won't make promises that I can't keep. But I could love you in your own way. Perhaps like a niece. Would that be okay? It was better than nothing. And it was real. I've always wanted an aunt. She smiled at me. Actually smiled. Chapter 33, Ivory. When we walked into the room, Queen Rolfe was sitting on her throne, still pale and feeble, but with her old strength in her eyes. She was in her usual uniform, the feathers in her hair, her majesty unquestioned. Huntley didn't express himself with words. He did it with the change of his breaths, with the tightness of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes. He showed all the love he had for his mother when he rushed to her and cocooned her in his arms. She gave a smile before she secured her arms around him, her eyes soft and a bit wet. Ian did the same, coming to her on the other side. The three of them held on to one another, a family. I stood there and watched, grateful that I could do this for Huntley, that I could keep his family together. It wouldn't have been possible without her own resolve, without her refusal to die. Life and death were often separated by determination. Some people passed away because that was what they wanted. They didn't have the fight anymore. She kissed both of her sons before she looked at me. I was put on the spot with her gaze, frozen to the spot. She pushed her arms against the armrests and forced her weak body to her feet. Huntley was there, his hand moving for her arm to help her remain balanced. He walked her to me, his eyes on her face the entire time. Queen Rolfe stopped in front of me. You defeated death with your magic. I'm still here because of it. You're a queen worthy of the crown, and I bow to you. She bent her body forward, giving me a slight bow. Your Highness. She straightened again, looking at me with authority but also affection. I had no response, none whatsoever. Queen Rolfe seemed to understand I was speechless. My injury cripples me, but I'm strong enough to discuss our next move. Let's congregate at the dining table and plan our journey to the south. Queen Rolfe sat at the head of the table while Huntley and I were on either side of her, across from each other. Ian was there, along with Alora and Bastian. The servants placed an array of food in front of us, along with wine and the stronger stuff that Huntley liked. No one had celebrated our victory over necrosis, not when Queen Rolfe had still been battling death over the last few days. Do you know how to find the Bone Witch? Queen Rolfe asked Bastian. Bastian's features screamed necrosis. His high cheekbones, his stern jaw, the lifelessness in his eyes. Yes. And how certain are you that she'll help you? Queen Rolfe asked. Very, he said. Necrosis is despised, even from within. How will we transport Haldir? Alora asked. The dragons? I won't allow him anywhere near our dragons, I said immediately. We'll travel by horse. In a carriage? Alora asked incredulously. We'll have to release him to take care of his bodily needs. That sounds dangerous. I can give him a potion that will make him disoriented. He'll be able to complete simple tasks and communicate, but he'll also be confused and weak. We'll be able to transport him without issue. I turned to Bastian. Will the remaining necrosis give us any problems? No, Bastian said. Those that remained behind were too weak to fight or were responsible for other tasks. When they see us arrive, they'll know necrosis has fallen. Those turned by Haldir will be free. And the others? I asked. Bastian remained quiet. We must kill them. Queen Rolfe stared at him. We can't allow a single necrosis to survive. They can turn more people, and in another 100 years, necrosis will be in full power once again. Bastian still didn't speak. You must understand this. With Bastian's eyes still on the table, he gave a nod. I didn't have a choice. I had to kill Kronos. Alora had to kill Vanquil. If we'd captured them, we could have freed more people. But it wasn't possible. Alora's hand moved to his on the table. We'll take care of it, Huntley said. Ian and I. You won't have to see it. We should bring more men with us, I said, just in case. I agree, Your Highness, Queen Rolfe said. Best to take at least 50 soldiers, all armed with ice. It was still weird to hear her call me that. Shall we leave tomorrow? Yes, Bastian said. The sooner we do this, the sooner I can be free. With Haldir constantly drugged and locked in the carriage, we made the journey across the open fields and landscapes to the south, where necrosis territory lay. We didn't pass anyone on the trails, didn't meet anyone at the streams. It seemed as if the world was empty, except for us. What about the plunderers? I asked Huntley as we lay down for the night in our tent. What about them? Are you going to kill them? He shook his head. Really? Even though they're vile? They're wild and savage because they had to be. They've fought necrosis alongside us for decades. I don't personally care for their people, but I won't destroy them because of a petty opinion. I lay beside him in his cot, seeing the beard thick on his face. You're a good king. Because I was born to be one. With the carriage attached to the horses, we couldn't move as quickly as we normally would, so we spent a solid week traveling south, encountering no one along the way. We were all exhausted and aggravated, and I got tired of having to force the potion down Haldir's throat while he was asleep. We made dinner by the campfire once we were at the base of their mountains, finally nearing the end of the journey. I sat beside Alora, the two of us eating the dinner she'd caught before the sun went down. So, what's it like being with necrosis? I've always liked the bad ones, so for me, it's perfect. She ate the rest of the food on her plate, then set it aside. I've tested out a lot of different guys, but they've never felt right. Not like it does with Bastion. And that's ironic, considering our circumstances. I watched Bastion across the fire, watched him look into the darkness. He's quiet. My brothers are quiet, so I'm used to it. I hope this works out for you. I can't imagine being in his shoes, losing my soul like that. She nodded. No one deserves that. I wish we could have saved them all. But Bastion's right, it wouldn't have been possible. Not with that army at our gates. She rested her arms on her knees and looked at me. So what's next for you guys, other than challenging King Dunbar? I don't know. I guess ruling the kingdoms. You guys will be so far away. Makes me sad. I know. Huntley is upset about it too. Are you guys going to have kids? Huntley talks about it. She watched me. That didn't answer my question. He's a lot more excited about it than I am. And why aren't you? I don't know. Maybe because the world has been in chaos for so long. It's hard to imagine a quiet life, you know? She nodded. You're right. Huntley would knock me up right now if I were okay with it. She released a laugh. Sounds about right. He'd be a good father. I know he would, I said. What about you guys? We've got to get his soul back first. Then we'll see what happens. After everything you've been through, I assumed you'd get married at the first chance. She shrugged. He hasn't asked. Why don't you ask him? I'm all about asking for what I want without apology, but something like that, he has to ask. I've come on pretty strong since the beginning, and I don't want to lay it on too thick, you know? Besides, I'm not in a hurry. Whenever it happens, it happens.
Chapter 34. Bastion. Instead of avoiding the main entrance to necrosis, I walked straight up to it. The settlement wasn't fortified by walls and gates like Hardholm and Crags of the Teeth, not when they were unchallenged in these lands. No one provoked necrosis, unless they had a death wish. In broad daylight, we walked along the path, moving farther through the hills and the mountains. We finally came across necrosis along the path. They recognized me, but not the others, though there was no hostility because of it, as if they knew. We made it to the first settlement, where the three kings had lived in their own castles, but the town was empty. A few necrosis were spotted outside their homes, but it was a small fraction compared to what it had been before. I went to Haldir's Black Castle, where my sister would be waiting for me. The carriage was still with us, and once we reached the entrance to the castle, we left the men behind to guard it. They displayed their ice swords so no one would be tempted to intervene. Not that it would make sense to attack, anyway. I walked up to the doors and realized I was alone. I turned back to look at Elora. She'd stayed behind with her family. She stared at me.
You want me to come with you?
I nodded. She moved forward. Huntley's arm flung out and caught her. Your sister is still necrosis. Not by choice, but force. I walked back, extending my hand to Elora. My sister would never touch her, and even if she wanted to, I would never allow it. Huntley let her go. Elora came to my side and placed her hand in mine, and we entered the black castle. The interior was quiet, the windows covered with black drapes. There were servants inside, but very few. They greeted me wordlessly before they skirted into the corridors. I moved to the top floor, where the bedchambers were located. Her guard was there, and I asked to see her. She stepped into the room a moment later, in a beautiful gown that Haldir would have asked her to wear, her dark hair long and down her shoulders. Her beauty was stunning, just the way Elora's was. Her eyes immediately dropped to our joined hands, then they flicked back up, looking at me in confusion. My heart was in my throat, because I'd waited for this for so long, dreamed of this moment. The moment I saved my little sister. I dropped Elora's hand and drew closer. Necrosis has fallen. Her eyes widened. I've captured Haldir. Once she understood exactly what I was telling her, her breaths turned rapid, and her eyes glistened. Once I take him to the Bone Witch, we'll both be free. She was always so poised and somber, sharing no hint of emotion, even in Haldir's presence. She had to swallow all her sorrow and bottle it deep inside her. But now, she could break free for the first time, could feel every emotion as deeply as she wanted. Her breath hitched, and her sobs broke past her ribcage and reached the surface. She grabbed onto me as she sobbed her heart out. I held her in my arms and felt my own tears breach the surface. Every day I'd had to suffer, watching my sister be the prisoner of a man she didn't love, a man infatuated with her beauty but feeling nothing for her, for who she was. I hated to think of the nights she'd been subjected to, the hopelessness she must have always felt. It's over. It's over. Necrosis lands were as large as the kingdoms. Once you moved past the mountains, the soil was fertile and thawed, the heat reaching the southern region in greater abundance than all the settlements to the north. It meant we had the best produce, lush landscapes of grasses and flowers, places too beautiful to be enjoyed by those who were dead. We moved as a caravan, approaching the rock that could be spotted from miles beyond. It was easy to recognize, even from the greatest distances, because it was carved to look exactly like a snake rearing its head, his jaws open with fangs exposed. My sister walked beside me, and she turned back a couple times to look at the carriage that contained the man she'd been forced to marry.
I can't believe you did it.
I didn't do it alone. Without the runes, this wouldn't have been possible.
I had no idea you were undertaking all this.
She was still in one of her expensive gowns, with pants underneath, her body adorned with expensive jewels to enhance her already goddess-level appearance. Couldn't risk telling anyone.
So it was just you?
Others were part of the plan, but they didn't get the chance to leave Necrosis. She already recognized the rock because she'd been there before. The Bone Witch had turned her before she'd turned me. Even though nearly 200 years had passed, it was impossible to forget that change, when your soul left your body.
Elora loves you, even though you're heartless and soulless.
I gave a slight nod. I don't understand it either.
You didn't eat her, so you must love her too.
That was so obvious that I didn't comment on it. She glanced over her shoulder again.
One of your men stares a lot.
Which?
Has a black feather crest on his chest plate.
I turned to look at Ian, and sure enough his eyes were locked on my sister. He's harmless. Just an admirer.
When this is all over, what are we going to do?
I'll return to Hardhome to be with Alora. You can join me, if you like. She stared ahead for a long time, somber.
I don't know where else to go. The lives we had have been gone for so long. I'm not sure how to start over. Everyone I ever loved has been dead for over 100 years.
It was such a depressing thought. I know.
So, I'll accompany you and try to start over.
Half a day later, we arrived at the cave. The carriage couldn't enter the cave, so we pulled Haldir out and dragged him across the ground by the ropes. He was still out of it, but he was aware enough to resist, to refuse to get to his feet and walk. We were almost there, so this fight was futile. Deep inside the cave, I found the Bone Witch, sitting in front of a fire of blue flames. As if she'd known we were coming long before we entered the lands of necrosis, she continued to sit on her rock, her dwelling inside the cave modest. She came from a tribe of magical witches that gave the original necrosis the power to turn people, because they'd been unable to do it themselves. Because of her, our population had grown to staggering numbers. She was old, far older than I was, even though she still possessed her soul. While leaning on her staff, she rose to her feet, a deep curve in her spine from her abnormally long life.
I know why you're here.
Good. Then that saves me the trouble. We dragged Haldir in front of the fire, his heavy body sitting in the dirt. My sister hardly looked at him, like their union of over 100 years hadn't made her care for him in the least. The Bone Witch stared at him for a long time.
The other kings?
Both were killed. Haldir is the final survivor, I said. You don't need to fear repercussion. Once you release the magic, all those who are left that were turned by Haldir will be freed. And those that remain necrosis will be killed. I didn't feel good about it, not when they were people I knew, people who didn't have the same option I did, because their kings had been killed. But Queen Rolfe was right. They needed to be wiped out for good. Necrosis will be no more. They'll no longer be a threat to this world. The Bone Witch stared down at Haldir.
Are you sure this is what you want?
My eyebrows furrowed. Why wouldn't it be? She stared for a while before she looked at me again.
With necrosis finished, the balance of power will be forever changed. That will have consequences far beyond your limited sight.
I hated riddles. Meaning? Her brown eyes stared into mine for a long time.
Have you heard of the Red Wolves?
My eyes shifted back and forth, uninterested in this tale. No.
You haven't heard of them, because they were wiped out nearly 1,000 years ago. In packs, they would come to the villages and eat all the livestock, ravage everything throughout the winter months. So all the villages worked together to kill every last one. What do you think happened?
I stared.
The red wolves were the only animals capable of eating boiling toads. I'm sure you don't know what those are either, because a few 100 years ago man created the antidote to stop the fatal poison from killing so many people. But once their predator had been eliminated,
Boiling toads killed 2/3 of the population below the cliffs. Crops died. Famine spread. It was terrible. Even necrosis suffered.
What's your point? I asked, growing irritable.
Necrosis is the red wolves, and someone else will be the boiling toads.
Who? She shook her head.
I don't know, but it will be someone, I promise you that. So, I ask again, are you sure you want to do this?
I wanted my soul more than anything, regardless of the consequences. My sister and I both deserved to live the lives that were taken from us. Yes. She studied my face for a while, as if I might change my mind. I never did.
Then let's begin.
She completed the ritual, muttering incantations under her breath, slicing Haldir down the forearm to make him bleed into the blue flames. Once the flames exploded into an inferno and the wind picked up from nowhere, I knew the spell had taken hold. Then I felt something else, a tightness in my chest, as if my heart had grown 3 times the size and no longer fit in my body. I became uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. My breaths became shaky. Then it felt like I was drowning, like there wasn't enough air for my lungs. When I looked at my sister, I could see she felt the same way. Then all the tension disappeared, and I took my first breath. My chest suddenly felt weightless. My knees went weak before they became strong again, and then I felt it. A heartbeat. My hand crossed over my chest, and I felt it with my own fingertips. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. I used to feel only the sense of nothingness. But now, I felt everything. I felt the breeze across my skin. Felt my lungs expand with every breath. I smelled the dampness of the cave. I felt everything with such vividness. I forgot how it felt to be alive, and now it all came back to me, as if it had never left. I looked at my sister, who was equally overwhelmed. She rushed to me and held on tight. "Thank you." I gripped her closely and felt the raw emotions, felt the tears burn my eyes. I remembered the day Haldir kidnapped her from our village. I remembered how hard I tried to get her back, the sword that pierced my stomach. Even though it would cost my life, I still did what I could to save her. I was even damned to a worse existence than death. But it was still worth it. And I finally did it. I saved her.
Chapter 35. Huntley. Bastian, Elora, and Avis left Necrosis, while Ivory, Ian, and I stayed behind. There were very few Necrosis left, so we broke down every door and killed any that survived, both men and women. I understood Bastian's guilt, but I'd fought Necrosis all my life, and I didn't feel an ounce of pity. Even if these Necrosis had never left their lands and engaged in warfare, they still fed the army, still made their weapons, still supported those that ate other people's souls to fuel their own immortality. The ice blades made the killing easy, felling them with a single swipe, but we worked up a sweat anyway. Ian finished wiping the blue blood from his sword on the corpse before he wiped his own forehead with the back of his forearm. "Are you going to make a move?" Ian stilled at the question. "You make it obvious." Ian returned his sword to his scabbard, wearing a slight smile. "Do I?" "A bit." I glanced at Ivory farther away, where she had just slain the final Necrosis. Even though she was capable of protecting herself,
My eyes always kept track of her. Her husband just died, so I'll have to wait a while. She didn't blink an eye as he burned to death. That man was never her husband. Are you saying I should go for it now? He asked, hopefully. No, you need to give her some time to adjust, but you need to make sure you're first in line. How do I do that? Be her friend. Ian made a disgusted look. I hate that shit. That's my best advice. Ivory walked over.
I think that's all of them. We should meet the others.
I continued to stare at my brother. She looked back and forth between us.
Did I walk into the middle of something?
Your husband is giving me romance advice, Ian said. Not that I need it. He walked off. Ivory watched him go before she turned back to me.
Bastion's sister?
You noticed too.
The only time I've seen someone stare that hard is when you're looking at me.
The corner of my mouth quirked up in a smile.
You know, now that necrosis is gone, this land is available for the taking. It's warm, it's got great soil. The mountains are a natural defense. Maybe the runes should occupy it.
We've been at Hardhome for thousands of years.
Yeah, but it's a little cold.
I'll speak to my mother. This is her territory, so she can decide what to do with it.
Then let's get going.
We left necrosis and joined the others at the camp. Now that Haldir wasn't holding us back, we would be able to return to Hardhome twice as fast as our journey here. Then Ivory and I would have a short rest before we returned to the kingdoms. She and I sat together in front of the fire, our bellies full with the pheasants she'd caught.
What's our plan, she asked, for King Dunbar?
We'll take our entire army and sail to their lands.
But we've never been there. We'll go into it blind.
You're forgetting that Pyre and Storm are both acquainted with the land. They'll be our guides.
True.
Our army is just a distraction for Pyre and Storm to do what they need to do. It's all on them, really.
Will we take the runes, and plunderers and teeth as well?
I shook my head. No, that would take far too long.
By the way, we'll need to figure out a way for people to come and go more easily.
I've thought about that. We can carve a path into the cliff.
How?
The dragons. It'll be wide enough for riders and carriages to go up and down. It'll still be a long ride, but at least it'll make the journey possible.
I wish we could rest. But now that Pyre and Storm did their part, I know they'll be anxious for us to do ours.
I agree.
But we killed Rhaegar, right? She asked. Wasn't that the biggest challenge?
I'm sure Dunbar has other dragons, and their mother will never be free until he's killed. I imagine I'll ride Storm straight to the castle, hop through a window, and kill him in his sleep.
It would definitely be convenient if it went that smoothly.
We'll see. I suppose we should just enjoy our victory over necrosis. Her arms rested on her knees, and she stared at the fire. I stared at it with her, everyone else getting ready for bed. Bastion slept close to Allura and his sister, and Ian was with the other soldiers on the other side of the clearing. Minutes trickled by, the two of us locked in comfortable silence. I'm supposed to take my herbs tomorrow, but I'm not going to. When she'd fully processed what I said, she turned to look at me.
We agreed we were going to wait.
But this will all be over within a month. We'll either live or we'll die.
There's still no rush.
What if I don't survive, baby? I had the confidence to take the kingdoms because it was my homeland. I was fueled by rage and revenge. But this was a place I'd never been, and I was getting involved in a battle that had nothing to do with me. You would still have a piece of me. You could rule the kingdoms, and our child could take the throne once they're of age. Or you could flee to Hardhome and raise our child with my family.
Please don't talk like that.
It's a scenario we have to confront. I know little of King Dunbar, and I know nothing about the place he calls home. I'll be attacking by sea, which already puts me at a great disadvantage. There are a lot of variables out of my control. She continued to stare. Her beautiful face tightened in unease.
All right.
I met her look. Is that a yes? She gave a nod. Then let's get to work.
Chapter 36. Elora. When we returned to Heartholme, it had been restored to its former glory. All the rubble had been removed. The stones in the gate had been repaired. The grass outside the city was still scorched, and there was a pile of ash where all the bodies had been burned. But everything else inside looked the same. Once we entered the gate, Queen Rolfe met us. "Is it done?" "Yes," Huntley said. "Haldir is destroyed, as well as all other necrosis. Those that were freed after the spell was broken have asked to reside in Heartholme. I gave them permission. All others were killed. I saw to it personally." Queen Rolfe nodded before she looked at Bastian. "The spell worked?" Bastian nodded. "Necrosis is extinct." She released the breath she'd been holding, like she couldn't believe the war was finally over. We'd been enemies with necrosis for so long, and now it was over forever. She probably didn't even know what to do with herself. "That is good news. I know you all must be weary. You should rest, and we'll speak later." We disbanded and went our separate ways. Bastian and I headed home. But we weren't alone. His sister accompanied us. Bastian took her to his home, which I still hadn't seen, and after he left her there, he walked in the door of my home. Once he was over the threshold, he stared at me from across the room as if he was seeing me in a new light. I'd been hungry just a moment ago, but now that he looked at me like that, the thought of food vanished from my mind. My heart beat irregularly, as if this was the first time we'd been alone together. My stomach tightened in knots. My confidence waned. He crossed the room and came at me hard. I anticipated his kiss, but I still wasn't ready for his intensity. He grabbed my face and kissed me as he backed me up into the counter. And without wasting a single breath, he ripped my clothes from my body. He didn't even wait until we had the chance to bathe. He wanted to do this now. I yanked his shirt over his head, and we barely broke apart long enough to allow me to do that. His hands went to my pants and got them loose, his mouth moving to my neck and collarbone. In a rush, we undressed, got down to our bare skin. He knocked everything off on my dining table, the pot of flowers sitting in the center shattering on the floor, and threw me on top of it. His hands grasped my hips and moved me into position, so he could get inside me with one hard thrust. I moaned into his neck, loving his roughness, loving the way he loved me without restraint. His skin remained fair and unmarked by the hunger of necrosis. And now, I could feel the beat of his heart when our chests were close together. The heat of his body was greater than before, and it even reached his eyes, giving him a stronger look of vitality. He gripped the back of my hair as he thrust into me hard and fast. Fuck. We didn't have to stop. He didn't have to close his eyes and force himself to calm. He didn't have to stop himself from eating my soul. We could just be together. And that was what we did. All night. When I woke up the next morning, I was wrapped in his warmth, his heartbeat like a drum against my ear. I stretched my arms and legs and looked out the window, trying to gauge the time based on the placement of the sun. It's afternoon. Damn. I looked down at him, seeing that he was wide awake. That was a long night. He grinned. Being alive suits you. He gave a deep chuckle. You don't know how nice it is to be with you without wanting to kill you the whole time. Well, I'm messy, a terrible cook, and I hog all the blankets. So you might want to kill me eventually. Doubt it. He raised himself up and kissed me on the shoulder and the collarbone. Should you check on your sister? He shrugged. She's fine. She's in a new place and doesn't know a soul but you. He looked at me. Are you trying to get rid of me? I just feel bad, is all. I told her she wouldn't see me for a few days, so don't worry about it. He sat up in bed, his hard chest and tight abs revealed from underneath the sheet. Did Huntley mention when he and Ivory are leaving? No, but I know it'll be soon. Why? I need to talk to him before he goes. He got out of bed and started to get dressed. Now? I asked incredulously. He smiled as he got on his pants, then gave me a quick kiss. I'll be back soon. I threw lunch together in the kitchen, finding things that hadn't gone bad, and washed it down with a cup of coffee. As I sat at the table, a knock sounded on the door. I wasn't sure if Bastian officially lived here or not, but I was pretty certain he wouldn't knock. It's open. Ian walked in. Oh, so you do know how to knock. Ian ignored what I said and sank into the chair across from me. Bastian here? I shook my head and picked out my muffin. Is he with his sister? He went to talk to Huntley. About? I shrugged. Beats me. So what do you want? Do I need a reason to visit? After everything we've been through the last week, yes, all I want to do is sleep. Well, get laid, too, but he didn't need to know that. I'm surprised you aren't locked down in your favorite brothel. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Your favorite brothel? His eyes narrowed in annoyance. I want you to help me with Bastian's sister. Help you what? He gave me a meaningful stare. Hold on, let me get this straight. I talked with my mouth full of muffin because I couldn't resist. You give Bastian shit all the livelong day about being with me, and now you want his sister? Not the same thing. Doesn't matter. But karma is coming to bite you hard. I have no regrets. He was necrosis, and you were necrosis food. I rolled my eyes. You don't even know her. And you know Bastian? He snapped. You guys met like 2 months ago. I'd known the moment I looked at him, so that was a fair point. I know she's super hot and everything. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You need to help me make this happen. What if she's a bitch? I put up with you, so I'm sure I could put up with her. I stuck my tongue out at him. I've only talked to her a couple times, but I can feel her out. Thanks. I don't want to come on too strong right now, but if I wait around, some other guy will beat me to the punch. I guess that's true. The door opened and Bastian walked back inside. Ian wants to bang your sister. Ian turned his angry stare on my face. Bastian faltered for a moment, but continued on his way. I'm used to it. He came to the table and sat beside me. What did you talk to Huntley about? He shrugged and never answered. Why won't you tell me? I'll tell you later, he said non-committally. Why later? I demanded. Ian grinned. I've had to deal with this shit all my life. Good luck, man. Good luck? I rounded on my brother. Then good luck with her, because I'm not helping you anymore. It's fine, Bastian said. I'll give you an introduction. You will? Ian asked, switching his gaze to Bastian. Bastian dropped his arm over my shoulders. Sure. You defended Heartholm from necrosis twice. You protect your sister. You're loyal to your family. I think you're worthy of her, if she's interested. Hand in hand, we walked to the church, the temple of Adeodatus. What are we doing here? Torches lit the pathways through the city. It was a quiet night. All the citizens already settled down after the battle that had threatened our very existence. We stopped outside the double doors to the temple. I'll show you. He opened the door and stepped inside, immediately admiring the large statue in the center that was also a fountain. Water splashed down from the top, the sprinkling accompanied by a playing harp we couldn't see. Bastian stared at the statue in complete reverence. I gave him all the time he needed before we moved on, past the monks working on their scriptures, and made it to the rear. The priest was there, along with my entire family. Huntley and Ivory were with Ian. Queen Rolfe was there too. Avis stood beside Ian, as if they had shared a conversation while they waited for us. I looked up at Bastian, eager for an explanation. Bastian squeezed my hand to get my attention. Once your brother leaves, I know there's a chance he won't come back. This could be the last time you're all together. I know how important family is to you, so I didn't want to waste this opportunity. Now I understood. Is this too fast? It's not for me if it's not for you. He held my gaze with complete confidence. But if my answer was no, he would let it be. Now that I have my soul again, you're the only person I want to share it with. I've never met a woman with such bravery and selflessness, who can yield a sword with the same bite as her words. There is no doubt for me. I didn't feel doubt either. I just thought I should feel it, because everything was happening so fast. Once we did this, there was no going back. It was just the two of us forever. I gave a nod. I love you. Then marry me. With our hands joined together and the blessing of Adeodatus, the priest made us husband and wife, binding our souls together for all eternity. The sacred blade slit our palms so our blood would mix together. His was mine was his. Bastian wore the same look of intensity as the day we'd met. It was piercing, deep, with the power to move all the mountains and the sea. He'd claimed me without the blessing of the gods, took my soul without the need of the priest. Once it was done, I felt it right away. Felt the invisible string that tied us together. I didn't wear a wedding dress, but I'd never felt more beautiful. He made me feel beautiful every time he looked at me. We said goodbye to my family and his, and entered the humble home that I'd made for myself. Words weren't spoken. Clothes dropped like breadcrumbs through the house. We stopped to share heated kisses against the different pieces of furniture, from the dining table to the counter and even the stairs. The journey to the bed took 10 minutes because it was impossible to keep our hands off each other. We finally made it to the bed, and his naked body sank into mine. The instant we were connected, I felt the strangest sensation inside my chest. Peace, harmony, pleasure that was beyond the flesh. My body was satisfied, but so was my soul. It was now wrapped in his like a warm blanket on a winter night, sheathed from the dark and cold outside the front door. I'd never felt so happy in all my life. It wasn't the sex. It wasn't the hormones. It was so much deeper than that. I knew he could feel it too, just by the way he looked at me.
Chapter 37. Huntley. We agreed to rest for a few days. Ivory and I remained in bed most of the time, making love between our naps, eating the food I grabbed from the tavern every night. She wasn't a picky eater, so roast beef sandwiches saturated in gravy were perfectly agreeable to her. I skipped my herbs, so I knew I was fertile once again. I knew it would happen quickly for us. We had sex so often, several times a day, that it was bound to happen overnight. I'd always wanted a family, but I'd never wanted one more than I did now. I'd watched so many people die, almost lost my own mother, and mortality was staring me right in the face. My own mortality. I wanted to leave something behind if I didn't return. The morning of our departure, we packed our things and prepared to leave. We didn't need much, since we'd be returning by dragon rather than steed. The journey would take less than a day. We'd be there hours before the sun set. Therefore, we didn't need to pack unnecessary items. I took more time to rest than necessary, and that was because I dreaded the moment of my departure. Even if I defeated King Dunbar and fulfilled my promise to the dragons, Delacroix would be my home. I'd see my family sparingly, if I ever saw them at all. Our only connection would be the letters we sent back and forth. We met outside the gate, and on the field where the dragons waited for us. They'd both been properly fed with as many cows and sheep as they could eat. Whenever they needed water, they flew to a nearby stream. My mother was as stone-faced as ever, but her eyes gave away her sorrow.
"You're our king. We will serve you in all your wars if you call for us. I can lead the runes as you claim Dunbar's life. Let me help you."
She addressed me as her king, but I only wanted to address her as my family. "I'll be all right, Mother. Please don't worry." She took a sharp intake of breath, her hard features giving away. "Continue to heal."
"I'm well enough to fight, son."
"I'll be all right," I repeated. She released another heavy breath, powerless.
"Is this really essential? You have no idea what you're up against."
I dreaded this war even more than she did. A king always keeps his promise. The dragons have secured peace for Hardhome and the kingdoms. I owe them everything. She still looked upset, like that wasn't a good enough reason.
"Please write as soon as you can. I will worry non-stop until I hear news. Father taught me how to be king.
You've taught me to master the sword. Don't lose your faith in me." Now tears welled in her eyes as she embraced me.
"Never, son."
She squeezed me tightly, her face to my chest, her body shaking with her quiet tears. She held on to me for minutes, afraid to let me go and walk away, but she finally did.
"I love you."
"I love you too." When she swept away, Elora came next. Instead of giving me a tearful goodbye, she just gave me a hug.
"Kick ass, okay?"
I chuckled as I clapped her back. "You know I will." When she pulled away, she kissed me on the cheek.
"Love you."
"Love you too, sis." Bastion shook my hand and wished me luck. I saw my mother embrace Ivory with the same love she'd just shown me, and that meant the world to me. My mother said,
"I know you always have his back, Ivory. Thank you for loving my son."
Ian came to me next, and he somehow seemed the most upset, even though his features didn't show much. He stood in front of me for a while before he released a sigh. "You sure I can't come with you? I have all the men I need. But none of those men is your brother." "I feel better knowing Mother has you around. It's hard enough for her to lose one son, let alone two." I clapped him on the shoulder. He gave a nod. "Kill 'em all." "You know I will." "Your Majesty!" One of the guards ran straight from the castle, rushing downhill toward us at breakneck speed. "An urgent message from the kingdoms." My heart just about exploded. He had to skid to a stop before he barreled into all of us. So out of breath he couldn't say anything more, he just held up the scroll. I was the one to snatch it. I unfurled it and started to read. "A fleet was spotted this morning.
100 strong, with dragons. They sail from the north, and they're headed straight for us. We'll prepare for war, but by the time you receive this, the battle will have already commenced. If you're still alive, hurry back. We'll do the best we can. Riker.
Chapter 38. Riker. I stood outside the castle, my childhood home, the temporary king. The city looked the same, but now everything felt different. My father was gone, my sister was married to the man who had slain him, and the kingdoms were under a different ruler. Once Huntley and Ivory returned, I wasn't sure what that meant for Effie and me. Where would we start our lives? Now I had no inheritance to support her. It had been taken from me. But then again, it never truly belonged to me in the first place. A sharp breeze swept up over the hills and hit me in the face, pushing my hair out of my face and stinging my eyes. It was a clear day, a cloudless sky, but it was bitterly cold. "Your Highness," one of the soldiers appeared behind me. "A family has come forward and wishes to speak with you." I kept my eyes on the horizon, the world quiet in the afternoon. I'm not hearing grievances right now. That was Huntley's problem. I was just there to oversee the kingdom until he returned. If he returned. "It's not a grievance. They say Effie is their daughter." I stilled when I heard his words, and slowly turned to face him. "Bring them to me immediately." I wanted to see them first, to make sure this wasn't a hoax before I got Effie's hopes up. I sat in the study as I waited for them to be brought to me, seeing Huntley's things on the desk because he'd dropped everything to conquer the kingdoms. They were chauffeured inside, and my heart skipped a beat. It was her father, her mother, and her sister. We stared at each other for a long time, and without thinking about what I was doing, I got up and moved straight to her mother, and hugged her. We didn't share a conversation, had no connection whatsoever other than her daughter, but Effie was enough to turn me emotional. I'd lost both of my parents, and I was so grateful she still had hers. "I'll go get her." I didn't tell Effie anything as I escorted her into the room. Just told her I needed to show her something. We rounded the corner and entered the study, and she gasped so loudly it made the walls shake. Her hands cupped her mouth as she stifled a sob, overwhelmed by the sight of people she'd thought she would never see again. She ran straight toward them and became cocooned in their love. Both parents hugged her, as did her little sister. Tears and sniffles filled the room, mourning their separation, rejoicing at their reunion. I knew I wasn't a part of this, so I walked out. I didn't see Effie for hours. She was still with her family in the study, probably updating them on everything that had happened, including her impromptu marriage. Her parents must have realized we were the interim king and queen of the kingdoms, and that was when they knew it was safe to come forward. I'd just returned to the castle from the barracks when a soldier from the aviary approached me. "Your Highness, news from Commander Brutus." I didn't have a study to occupy right now, so I broke the seal and read it under the light of the torch. My eyes scanned over the letters, my heart sinking further as the message became clear. We were under attack. Fuck. I read it again, my hand digging into my hair. Rhaegar had been killed, and now there were repercussions for it. King Dunbar was sailing for the continent as we spoke, and the King of Kingdoms and his dragons were gone. I've got to send a letter right this instant. Birds don't usually travel at night. That's too fucking bad because they're going to do it anyway, and we prepare all the men for battle. The terror on his face was indescribable. "Sir, you heard me." I sent off the letter to Huntley first.
Hopefully the battle against necrosis had finished, and hopefully they won, because I didn't stand a chance without the dragons. I donned my battle armor despite the late hour, grabbed my best weapons, and prepared to leave. But I had to say goodbye first. Effie and her family had vacated my office at some point, so the next place I visited was the dining hall. The table was covered with a feast for her family, probably because they'd been beggars for the last few months. Her entire family had dropped weight they couldn't afford to lose in the first place. I walked inside, no longer touched by their unexpected union. Effie looked up at me, and once she recognized my battle armor, all the delight in her face vanished.
"What's happened?"
She slowly rose from her chair, her skin already pale at the revelation. My helmet was tucked under my arm, and I was nervous, even though I shouldn't be. Not nervous for battle, but nervous to leave her behind and never return. When I didn't say anything, she left the table and walked up to me. Her entire family stopped eating and turned to hear the news. I looked into her eyes before I spoke. King Dunbar is sailing to the capital as we speak. His intentions are clear. To conquer. Her eyes widened. He has a fleet of 100 ships. And dragons.
Oh no.
I'm not sure if this is in retaliation for the death of Rhaegar, or if it's simply an opportunity to conquer the kingdoms after we're exhausted from the battles we've already won. But it's happening, and I must go.
What about Huntley?
I just sent off a letter, but I've received no news from him or Ivory. They may never answer the call because necrosis won. I'm not going to depend on their victory. I wouldn't allow myself to think about it too deeply, because that would mean my sister was dead, or worse, turned.
But you can't leave.
I'm the King of Kingdoms. I must defend it. Her eyes were already red and blotchy from all the crying she'd done today. Now they watered once more.
No, I'll come with you.
No. She cupped her face, overrun with tears.
This can't be happening.
Since we're on land, we have the advantage.
But the capital is destroyed after the battle. There's not even a castle.
Effie, we still have cannons and an army.
And they have dragons.
We'll still do the best that we can. And maybe Huntley and Ivory will show up. She stared at the floor for a moment, taking a few breaths to stifle her tears. I didn't want to leave her like this, but duty called me. If King Dunbar wins, he's not going to hurt anyone else. Take the money in my room and start a new life with your family. It should be enough to buy you a home.
Don't talk like that.
I had to. I have to leave.
Right now?
She asked incredulously. I should have left 30 minutes ago. My soldiers are waiting for me. At that, she really panicked, barely having enough time to process all of this, and now she had to say goodbye, possibly for good. She launched herself into my chest and held on tightly, even though she had to hug me through my metal armor. I hugged her back, keeping a straight face because I wanted to make this as easy for her as possible. I'll write as soon as I can. My hand moved into her hair, and I kissed her forehead, treating her like her family wasn't there watching. She pulled away to look at me.
Please come back to me.
I'll do everything I can, sweetheart. We stared at each other for a long time, feeling each other's sorrow, and unable to do anything about it. I was the first one to pull away. I love you. Her tears came harder.
I love you too.
The ride took several days, and by the time I arrived at the capital, the war had already started. Smoke filled the sky. A dragon passed by so fast I wasn't sure if I even saw it. A cannon fired, and then a loud thud sounded, as if a building had just been demolished. I gave my orders to the men behind me, sending them into the city, into the coastline where the ships would try to dock. I wasn't sure where Commander Brutus was, if he was still alive, but I made it to the turrets that were still functioning and found the cannons that the men were firing. They had 2 dragons in their fleet, and their focus was on the cannons.
They timed their attacks before they dove down and grabbed a cannon with their great talons and ripped it off the roof. The other would release a stream of fire and make everyone run for cover before they were burned to a crisp. I found Commander Brutus in the chaos. "I just got here. I sent my men to the coastline.
The armies of the other kingdoms should be on their return journey, but I'm not sure how much of a difference it'll make."
I looked toward the water, seeing a few ships set ablaze in the harbor from the cannons, but there were far more untouched. The dragons were doing their job and making it impossible to sink their fleet. If we kill the dragons, we have a chance.
"They're too fast. Can't line up a shot."
One of the dragons dropped down again, sending a stream of fire all along the turret. Commander Brutus and I jumped behind a wall to dodge the fire. We were spared, but most of the men weren't.
"Are there other cannons?" "On the next turret," he said. "But the roof is unstable. Why?"
"We've got to hit them when they don't expect it." I took off at a run, moving to the rear of the partially demolished castle until I found a path to climb. Stone jutted down from the wall, giving me just enough room to grip and climb. I was so heavy from all the armor, but the adrenaline was far stronger, and I made it to the top. A few cannons were there, but more had been in place before the roof had collapsed. The foundation was shaky, and standing on it was probably suicide, but I found the pile of cannonballs and grabbed one. That was when I spotted a chain on the roof, a chain that appeared to have been used to haul the cannon into place. I secured it around the cannonball and shoved it down the chute. I had to light the fuse before I could fire, and since the dragons were moving targets, there would never be an ideal way to time this. I just had to go for it. I lit the fuse, then focused on the shot, always aiming for one of the dragons as he flew around, up and down, and then toward the cannon again. The cannon ignited and jerked back as it fired. I was knocked on my ass. I pushed myself up to my feet and watched the dragon drop from the sky. The ball had struck his wing, and then the chain had wrapped around his body and locked his wings against his sides. He fell hard to the earth, knocking over several buildings along the way. All right, one down. Chapter 39. Huntley. I could see the smoke once we reached the top of the cliffs. We flew right over Delacroix, the city quiet as usual. But up ahead, the battle that would determine the fate of the continent was happening. "You see that, Huntley?" I looked at my wife. "Yes." "Why are they doing this?" "Because Rutherford told them my intention, to conquer the kingdoms and necrosis. They either think I'm distracted by necrosis so my guard is down, or they think necrosis has been defeated, and it's their opportunity to conquer the entire continent for themselves." "When will it end?" "Soon," I said. "Very soon."
"How many dragons do they have?"
Riker didn't say.
"Pyre and I will do our best."
"I know you can handle this storm."
"Do we have a plan?"
Ivory asked. "It's impossible to make one without knowing the conditions, but I assume the capital is losing. They're unprepared for an attack. Their castle is already fallen. Their infrastructure is decimated." Ivory nodded in agreement. "You and Pyre will take on the dragons. I'll go after King Dunbar. The sooner he dies, the sooner this is over."
"Any idea what he looks like?"
"No, but I know a king when I see one." The smoke turned thick, making it hard for us to breathe in the cloud bank. The details of what was happening below were still difficult to discern, but the sounds of cannons firing were still audible, so the war wasn't over. We only had one chance to use surprise to our advantage, so we dropped below the clouds and took a look at the battle. A gold dragon was flying near the turrets, blowing fire across the cannons and the men trying to load them. In the harbor, a third of the fleet was on fire, but a number of ships had already docked, and there were invaders in the city. A line of cannons fired from the ships, and Storm and Pyre quickly ducked out of the way to avoid the hits. I looked at Ivory. "Stop the dragon. I'll take care of the ships."
"All right."
I looked at her, perhaps for the final time. "I love you."
"I love you too."
I faced forward again and gripped the pommel. "Ready for this, Storm?"
I'm always ready to burn. Always.
Storm flapped his wings hard and took off at neck-breaking speed, flying through the air quicker than the balls from the cannons. We flew to the coastline where the docked ships were allowing the soldiers onto land. Storm swooped around and released a long line of fire, burning the soldiers that tried to invade the capital on foot. A line of cheers sounded from below.
You're welcome.
Storm moved to the next ship and released his fire, setting the masts on fire immediately. Once they fell, the ship would capsize and sink. He weaved through the different ships and set them ablaze, demolishing all their vessels without effort. Some fired their cannons, and I kept a close eye out so Storm would avoid getting hit.
Where's the king?
I don't see him.
Only a coward lets others do his bidding.
I agree. Storm suddenly reared his head and spun his body back toward land. What is it?
Pyre. He needs help.
Storm took off at a sprint, flapping back in the direction from which he came. I held on to the pommel hard. What about Ivory?
She's hurt.
My stomach dropped. Fear like I'd never known hit me so hard. Storm glided low to the ground, finding the two dragons hovering just 100 feet from the ground, locked in battle. I spotted Ivory, gripped in Pyre's talon. She was unconscious, judging by the way her legs bounced around. The dragon attacked Pyre, scratching with his large talons and biting his neck. Pyre was at a disadvantage because he had to hold Ivory and protect her at the same time. If he jerked too much, he could easily snap her neck. Storm barreled straight into the dragon just like he had with Rhaegar and made him tumble out of the sky. I wanted him to drop me so I could go to Ivory, but I had to wait. Storm maneuvered on top of him and clawed him as they both fell to the earth. Claws ripped through scales, roars pierced the sky. I gripped the pommel as we hit the ground. Storm on top. He bit down on the dragon's throat and ended it. I slid off both dragons and hit the ground with a heavy thud. My knees buckled because of the momentum, and I lost my footing for just a second. I forced my body forward and ran as fast as I could. "Ivory!" Pyre had opened his talons and gently laid Ivory on the ground. I moved over her, seeing that she had indeed been knocked unconscious. She was still breathing, but I couldn't see the source of her injury. When I turned her over, that was when I saw the deep slash right through her armor, the mark from a talon. It had made it past her defenses to her flesh underneath. "No, Ivory!" The voice emerged from behind me, delirious. I didn't turn to look because I recognized his voice. Riker dropped to his knees beside me. "What's wrong? What happened?" He didn't need me to answer when he saw the wound in her side. "Shit. Your dragons may have defeated mine, but your king will not defeat my blade." His deep voice sounded from a distance away, a voice I'd never heard in my life. I looked up and saw King Dunbar in the flesh. His armor was bright red like the color of blood, and his blade was embedded with fire-red jewels. His dark eyes were visible through his helmet, and he spun his sword around his wrist, an invitation to play. "When Rutherford told me your intention to defeat Necrosis, I couldn't resist the opportunity. Your armies are weary, your city's burned, and if you've already defeated Necrosis, then you've prepared this world for my taking." I didn't care about this battle anymore. All I cared about was my wife. Riker didn't seem to care either. "If I don't get her help, she'll die."
She needs a healer.
"Pyre, there should be a medic outside the capital. Take both of them. Riker, make sure she gets to the right person." I cupped her face and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. "Don't die on me, baby." I left them there, unsheathed my sword, and faced the king in red armor. He spun his sword around his wrist again. My condolences. He grinned wide. Storm emerged behind him, fire visible in his throat.
I'll burn him.
Destroy the fleet. I'll take care of him. Storm released a mighty roar before he took off. King Dunbar approached me. You're honorable. While Storm sinks your fleet to the bottom of the ocean, I'll stab my sword clean through your armor. Just practical. I sized him up based on the way he moved, what kind of footwork he had, his age, his muscularity. He seemed to be 10 years older than me, give or take a couple years. I had youth on my side, but he had the experience. Not honorable at all, then. He launched at me with a speed I didn't anticipate. His sword slashed through the air, reflecting the fires from the buildings, giving a sharp glint whenever it moved. I stopped his blade with mine, and returned with several hits of my own, driving him back by sheer will. Now I was used to opponents who were larger, nearly a foot taller than me, that had the strength of 10 men. King Dunbar was nothing. He was forced to move farther back, putting all his energy into blocking my hits but unable to return any of his own. He became breathless, and the sweat on his forehead shone in the cracks through his helmet. I kicked him back and watched him lose his footing and tumble to the ground. You're disappointing for a king. At least this battle would be over quickly, so I could return to my wife, and hope that I still had a wife. He pushed himself back to his feet and righted his sword. I'm not interested in ruling a land I can't see. There's only one thing that interests me. Give us your dragons, and I'll accept your surrender. Still breathless, he stepped back, his sword held loosely in his hand. I took gentle strides forward, my sword relaxed at my side. Think of all the men you'll save. You've already lost both dragons you brought with you. Don't lose more life than you have to, including yours. I've defeated the 3 kings of Necrosis. I stopped, my stare burning into his. You're nothing. What do you want with the dragons? For them to be free. His arm had gone slack at his side, the sign of surrender obvious. You'll use them for your own benefit. I can't use them if I don't need them. Unlike you, I can take care of my own shit. He looked away for a while, observing the smoke in the sky, listening to the cannons fire back and forth. You do all of this, and expect nothing in return? I made a promise to Pyre and Storm. His eyes darkened, as if he recognized their names. They fought for me. Now I fight for them. And it wouldn't be for nothing, because if you try to invade our lands again, I know they'll fight for us. Any attacker that comes to our lands will be defeated by our allies. So I guess it's not for nothing after all. He stared at the rubies in his sword before he returned it to the scabbard. I need to hear your surrender. I wouldn't let him off that easily. He forced the words past a clenched jaw. I surrender. Withdraw your troops from my land. When you return, tell your dragons they're free in my lands. If you keep any, I will know. I didn't waste another minute with him. I sheathed my sword and took off at a run.
Chapter 40. Ivory. It was black. Ivory, can you hear me? Darkness. Ivory. I felt my mind come into consciousness, felt the air in my lungs, was aware of the orientation of my body. I lay on something hard, maybe the ground. Pyre? His voice grew louder in my mind. Ivory, what's happening? You were hurt. Riker and I took you to a healer outside the city. Riker? Where's Huntley? He's here. I just told him that we're speaking. Can you wake up? I'll try. I tried to push my mind out. Tried to open my eyes, but nothing happened. I can't. I'm too tired. And then it was black again. Ivory. I heard the echo of his voice. I'm here. Can you wake up? How long has it been? You've been sleeping for 3 days. Oh. Are you sure I'm alive? Yes. This isn't a dream? No, please wake up. What's happened? The ground felt less hard now, but I couldn't feel my arms or my legs. King Dunbar surrendered. What was left of his fleet left the capital yesterday. He agreed to free all the dragons in his captivity when he returns. How do you know he'll do it? Because Huntley threatened to sail across the sea and kill all his people if he doesn't. I tried to push my eyes open, but they were so heavy. I tried repeatedly until finally I saw light. My eyes opened to the morning light directly above me, along with Pyre's snout. Pyre? Ivory. He dipped his head and rubbed his snout into me, his scales hard and smooth against my skin. I blinked a couple times before I reached my hand up and felt his muzzle. His hot breaths fell across my skin, warm and moist. I felt his scales, felt his warmth. I asked them to keep you outside during the day so I could watch you. You've been here the whole time? I asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. There's nowhere safer than at a dragon's side. Where's Huntley? Restoring the capital. I've let him know that you're awake and he's on his way here now. He lifted his snout and released a loud growl. What's wrong? Just getting your brother's attention. Ivory? Riker ran over and kneeled down on the cot. You're finally awake. I've been waiting for days. His face came into my view and his palm immediately went to my forehead like he was checking my temperature. Your fever finally broke. A dragon streaked across the sky, and then a loud thud erupted a moment later. Huntley ran to me and kneeled, sliding across the grass slightly as he came for me. His arms pressed into the cot on either side of me as he held himself over my face. Baby, you all right? Yeah, I think so. He grabbed both of my hands and guided me to a seated position. Her fever had broken, Riker said. I think the infection is gone. Huntley checked the bandage around my midsection. Looks like the bleeding has stopped for good. What happened? I asked, not remembering the events of that day. I was on Pyre one moment, and then everything went dark. One of Dunbar's dragons sliced you, Huntley said. He hit Pyre hard, so you flew out of your seat. Pyre caught you before you hit the ground, but the impact must have knocked you out cold. His hands went into my hair as he kneeled in front of me, pushing the oily strands back to look me straight in the face. All the worry was written there, all the stress, all the terror. I'm so glad you're all right. Once I reached full consciousness, I felt it. The raw pain. It wasn't just in the area of my wound, but everywhere, like my body had taken a hard beating. Storm is all right? Not a scratch. Did we lose a lot of men? Some, he said. Not a lot. Riker is okay? I'm right here. Riker gave me a squeeze on the shoulder. I turned to look at him, seeing his features in full focus for the first time. I'm so relieved. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to make it in time, Riker said. You have no idea how happy I was when I saw Pyre flying through the skies. The war would have been lost without you. First necrosis and now this. You must be exhausted. Exhausted wasn't a strong enough word. Effie? I left her in Delacroix with her family. She found her family? I asked in surprise. He nodded, a slight smile moving onto his lips. Yes. Oh, that's great. Riker circled his arm around my shoulders and gave me a gentle hug. I'll give you two a moment. We'll talk later. He excused himself from where we sat together on the grass near the wall of the capital. There were other tents around us, where the armies of the kingdoms were stationed throughout the battle. Is it really over? I asked, unable to believe it. Huntley just stared at me. You did it. You're the king of kingdoms. And you're the queen. I didn't feel like a queen. I just felt like his wife. That was the only title I cared about anyway. It feels like just yesterday when you attacked my carriage and chased me through the woods. Really. Feels like another lifetime to me. Hard to imagine a time when we weren't this. Husband and wife. King and queen. Soulmates. Now what? I sent a letter to Hartholm reporting our victory. I said you were injured but very likely to pull through. I've sent the armies back to their kingdoms so they can return to their quiet lives. The castle here will need to be rebuilt, but that's a process that will take at least a year. So, nothing, basically. He chuckled. We have a lot of stuff to do, but nothing that involves fighting. I could still see Pyre above us, just sitting there. It's the weirdest feeling, being finished. When we agreed to do all this, it seemed like an impossible mission, but we did it. Huntley stared at me, his hand resting on my hips, his eyes still a bit concerned. I was thinking that we would live here, in the capital, and allow Riker to be the Duke of Delacroix, just as he would have been. You don't want to live in Delacroix? It's your childhood home. Hartholm is my home. But I can't live there anymore, so the capital really is beautiful. You know, when it's not on fire and the castle isn't in ruins. Yes, I remember, he said with a smile. Ian and I always loved our trips here. Chasing each other through the olive trees, swimming in the ocean in the summer, watching the sunset. I'm fine with that if that's what you want. It'll take a long time to rebuild, so we'll stay in Delacroix in the meantime. And the dragons? I asked. Where will they live? Huntley shrugged. Wherever they want. Harming a dragon will be against the laws of this land, so they'll be protected wherever they are. And they can eat all the Yetis. Huntley chuckled again. I have an idea. What if we give them the Necrosis lands? It's huge, so they'll have their own space. They won't have to share anything with humans, even look at another human if they don't want to. Not a bad idea. You think Dunbar will hold up his end of the deal? He knows he would have lost the battle if I hadn't let him surrender. And he would have lost. Whether it was at our gates or his, I'm not worried about it. I tilted my chin up and looked at Pyre. What do you think? Will you still live here? If all the dragons are here, that's where I want to be. Good. That means we can still see each other. I reached for his leg and rubbed his hard scales, careful to avoid the horns that stuck out of his hide. I think that's the best part of all this.
Chapter 41. Huntley. Once we returned to Delacroix, we rested for days. Ivory was in bed most of the time, and I was right by her side. She had her meals in bed, and every time I changed her bandages, she looked better than she did before. Her injury wasn't enough to stop us from making love, especially when I could just take her at the edge of the bed with her ass hanging over the mattress. She never asked me to take my herbs, so I didn't. I was ready for a family, and I was certain she was ready too, whenever it happened. Ivory was sitting up in bed reading when she abruptly dropped her book. I'd been sitting there, gazing at the fire, reflecting on everything that had happened in the last year. It was almost a year ago to the day when I followed her carriage and sabotaged her journey to the capital. Now she was my wife, my queen, the future mother of my children. My eyes shifted to her. "Baby?" "Oh my gods, get up!" She launched herself out of bed and grabbed whatever clothes she could find. "What is it? What's wrong?" She didn't answer me and tugged on her boots as she hopped around on one foot. "Ivory? Just come on!" I threw on something as we ran through the castle to the outside. "You shouldn't be running, baby." "Whatever, I'm fine." She made it outside the double doors into the afternoon light and immediately looked at the open field. She halted and brought her hands to her chest. I followed her gaze and spotted 3 dragons. 3. The third dragon was the same size as Pyre and Storm, with scales of beautiful red color. They looked like living fire. The red dragon rubbed its snout against Pyre's, then wrapped its neck around Storm's in a gesture of affection. I knew who it was. She made it. Ivory grabbed my hand with tears in her eyes.
"Let's go say hello."
We jogged down the path to the outside of Delacroix and across the large field to where the 3 dragons were getting reacquainted with one another. Ivory walked right up to them.
"I'm so happy for you, Pyre."
The red dragon turned her attention on Ivory before she lowered her neck and brought her head close to hers, getting a good look at my wife. Her eyes took Ivory in for nearly a minute before a deep voice exploded in both our minds.
I thank you both for my freedom. I thank you both for healing my sons. I thank you both for reuniting them with their mother. May the stars shine on you, always."
"You're very welcome," Ivory said. "We love Pyre and Storm, and we're happy they're finally happy."
I was sitting in my study when Commander Brutus knocked and stepped inside.
"You have a visitor."
Tomorrow was the day of my coronation. Ivory would place the crown upon my head. The high sect of the church would bless my reign, and I would be the rightful king of kingdoms. People had already traveled from all the kingdoms to attend, the field completely full of tents and camps where people were waiting. The dragons stayed in their own area away from everyone else. My first week as king was spent doing mostly nothing. I went into my study to find something to do, but right now there wasn't much. Rebuilding the capital was my biggest focus, but until it was finished being cleared of the rubble and broken stones, there wasn't much I could do. So I had no idea who had come to visit me. "Send them in." Commander Brutus left, and a moment later he returned with 3 visitors. The first was my mother. I stared at her from my seat, the same seat my father had occupied every single day, and our eyes locked for a long and deep moment. All the pride was written on her face, all the love written in her tears. I came around the desk and embraced her. She squeezed me tightly.
"My son,"
she cried in my arms before she pulled away and cupped my face.
"I'm so proud of you. Your father is so proud of you."
She gave me a kiss on the cheek before she stepped aside so my brother could greet me next.
"Ivory told us about the coronation."
"You came all the way here for that?"
"Wouldn't miss it, brother."
He circled his arms around me and clapped me on the back.
"I know Father is going to be watching tomorrow, grinning from ear to ear."
I clapped him on the arm.
"I hope so. You avenged him. The Rolfes took back their legacy. Because of you.
Because of all of us." He stepped away and Elora came next.
"I'm really sad that I won't see you anymore, but I'm really happy for you."
Her hands moved to mine, and she stared down at them.
"You were the forsaken king, but now you're the true king."
I brought her into my chest and embraced her. "King or not, I'll always be there for you. You're always welcome to stay here with us, both of you."
"Thank you."
She pulled away and let me go.
Might take you up on that offer.
When I woke up the next morning, Ivory was gone. I got out of bed and moved down the hallway, but I stopped when I saw something on the wall that hadn't been there before. It was my father's portrait, the one my mother had found in the basement. The dust had been brushed away, and the paint still looked brand new. My father's authoritative eyes stared back at me, as if he were there in the flesh. My mother's portrait was beside his. She'd always been a beautiful woman, but in her youth she reminded me of Alora, utterly breathtaking. Another portrait hung next to it. It was a portrait of the four of us. It should make me sad, but it actually made me smile. I'd have another portrait painted like this soon, with my wife and children. It would grace these walls forever, capturing us in a happy moment in life, a moment before we passed on with time. Ivory appeared in the hallway, wearing a full-length gown with jewels.
I was just about to wake you up.
I looked at the portraits again. Did you put these up?
Yes.
She crept forward.
I hope you don't mind. We can put them somewhere else.
No. I want to see them every day.
Oh, good.
She came to my side and stared at the pictures with me, of the perfect family I'd once had.
I'm excited for our own family.
I smiled. Me too, baby. We stared at them a moment longer before we broke apart.
You need to get ready, she said. Coronation is at high noon. You should see the crowd that turned up for you.
After I bathed and put on the uniform the seamstress created for me, I strapped my sword to my hips and left the bedroom. Through the castle I went, the same walk, feeling different now. The staff was lined up and ready to serve me, and when I approached the first window I saw the enormous crowd below. There must be 100,000 people. It was the first time I'd seen a crowd that size I didn't have to fight. A stage had been built at the bottom of the hill for the coronation to take place, and I walked down the path with my hand in Ivory's. The sounds of the crowd grew louder as we approached. Once they could see me, the cheers rang out. I'd taken back my land, taken back my people, and now it felt like home again. When I stepped onto the stage, the horns sounded and the music stopped. My mother was there, holding my father's sword by the hilt. Her eyes were misty but strong, and she couldn't resist the smile that broke over her lips as she regarded me. When I stopped in front of her, I kneeled, and she looked down at me with a shaky breath.
Huntley Rolfe, I name you King Rolfe, rightful heir to Delacroix, the true king of kingdoms. Take this sword, and protect us with your blood, sweat, and tears. I rose to my feet and took the sword she presented. It was heavier than mine, heavy with wisdom and power. Ivory presented the crown on a crimson pillow, and my mother took it gently, then presented it to me. Long live the king! I had to tilt my neck so she could place it upon my head, and on her tiptoes she did. The crowd burst into applause. The trumpets sounded. The sun shone brighter than it ever had. The dragons roared from their place at the edge of the field. All of us were bound by that moment, bound by that energy, bound by the hope we all felt. Epilogue. Huntley. I sat in my study, the fire burning in the hearth across the room. A stack of letters was awaiting my attention, and one by one I opened them and read. The ones that required my response got a quick reply with a sealed scroll, which was placed in a pile on the corner of my desk. I opened the next letter and began to read. My son, the storm that struck Hardhome was cruel. We lost most of our crops from the frost, and the temperatures were so low that our wells froze for a few days. Most of the outpost was destroyed, but your brother and I agree that it's time to abandon that post.
When the sun returned, everything felt right again, and no lasting harm was done. Storm came by for a visit. He's taken a liking to Ian. Everything at the bottom of the cliffs is as it should be there. No issues with the teeth or the plunderers. Without necrosis, a lasting peace has developed. Now that the path between the cliffs is finished, I intend to come for a visit, if that's okay. I haven't seen my grandchildren in months, and I don't want them to forget me any time soon. I shall arrive a day after you read this. I folded the scroll and tossed it in the waste bin, with a smile on my face. Father! The door flew open and Thomas ran inside, my eldest. Is it true that you rode a dragon? He ran right up to my desk and put his hands on everything, all over the papers that still needed my attention. Dragons don't exist. Yennefer ran inside next, in one of the dresses her mother picked out for her. Don't you think we'd see one in the sky if that were true? It's true, right? Thomas pressed. That's what Uncle Riker said. Ivory made it through the door, breathless because she'd chased them all the way down the hallway. Her stomach was distended, her dress growing tighter over her round belly. We're supposed to give Father quiet time when he's in his study, you know that. She walked in, glowing like the stars, never more beautiful than when she was pregnant with my child. Her arms circled both of their shoulders. They're fine, I said, remembering all the times Ian and I did the same thing to our father. Is it true? Thomas asked again. Father, tell us. I looked at both of them. Thomas, the spitting image of me. Yennefer, the spitting image of Ivory. Yes. Told you. Thomas turned to his sister. I knew Father rode a dragon. How come I've never seen one? Yennefer asked. My eyes lifted to their mother behind them, who wore a smile of amusement. Your mother rode a dragon too, you know. They both slowly turned to look at her, their little faces full of shock. Whoa, Thomas said. Mom? Why didn't you tell us? Yennefer demanded. I want to know everything, okay? Okay, Ivory said with a chuckle. We'll leave your father alone and talk about it, all right? Both kids ran out of the study and down the hallway, talking excitedly the whole way. Her hands rubbed her stomach gently as she looked down at me. How long do you think you'll be? I think it'd be nice if we had a picnic today. The stack of letters was still there, but they'd never looked less appealing. I dropped the quill back into the ink and abandoned everything. Let's go now. You sure? I walked around the desk and circled my arm around her waist. I'll still be king tomorrow, baby.
This has been The Three Kings, Forsaken, Book 3. Written by Penelope Barsetti. Narrated by Michael Ferraiolo and Ramona Master. Copyright 2022 by Penelope Barsetti. Production copyright 2022 by Penelope Barsetti.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.